Welcome back. Morshan Rampart. Who's ready for some Warsong Gulch action?
Stronghold. Go with
Loktar Orc. The campaign is finally underway. Soon all of Ashenvale will be in the grip of the Horde. As we expected, our offensive is forcing the enemy to test our defenses at every position. As we here at Morshan, the assault has been decimated, but as the Vice Titans, they have no choice but to continue to press us here. Scout the region, search for Night Elf survivors, and cut them down.
for the Horde. Go for
Gorad is one of the Horde's most adept assassins. The mere mention of his name strikes fear into the hearts of our Alliance foes. I don't believe you. Have you ever heard of this guy? He's reliable, fiercely loyal, and until now, punctual. Something's not right. His mission was to eliminate the elf in charge of the assault. Find him.
Dabu.
Who?
Greetings.
Greetings, Shaman, and welcome to the Ramparts. Things may appear a little chaotic, but do not worry. Kadrek has this little juncture sealed up tight. Not a single elf has breached our lines. While you're here, I'm expecting a shipment of fresh supplies from Morgwar any day, but our watchmen are running dangerously low on arrows.
Be careful.
The winds guide you.
Our forces are holding up admirably, Shaman. Be that as it may, there are still wounded to attend to, many still in the field of battle. I've created a salve that should grant the wounded enough energy to return to the ramparts for treatment. Please administer it to any who before they become lost to us. Sure. I can deal with all that nonsense. So for anybody curious, I'm going to put this at the beginning so more people are likely to hear this. Remember how yesterday my beloved sister insisted that the dungeon was really, really easy? And by contrast, like most of the rest of us were feeling like it was a normal dungeon. Like it wasn't heroic difficult, it wasn't difficult it should have been, but it was still like actually some kind of difficulty and we could actually engage in the mechanics of the bosses. Well, I checked the logs, because I had an idea burning in the back of my mind. Do you remember that one NPC who was casting Riptide, and it was healing them 2 full health every tick? Funny thing, shamans get Riptide as a heal. I just realized I should probably get all my buffs going here. You already see where I'm going with this. So her hot ticks were healing me for about a half or to a third of my health every single tick on the tank. Because that was me. I was tanking that. I was actually getting a little irritable at my sister yesterday because she kept insisting it was brain dead easy and totally as easy as time walking. I'm like, no. Like fundamentally, objectively, no. That can't be true. However, if you were a healer going through a dungeon and healing with your weakest hot and nothing else, then yeah, that would probably seem that easy, wouldn't it? It actually depends, Blade Jamal. Server ticks aren't the same thing as an FF14. You know how FF14 has very chkung, chkung, chkung for its server ticks? WoW server ticks can be very... So, WoW doesn't have standardized server ticks, is actually the easiest way to say that. So, how fast it pulls for certain types of information depends. Because, again, netcode, right? Like, it's a very, very precise engine for multiplayer. So, some of this stuff can happen very, very quickly. Yeah, the GCD is 1.5. But that's not actually how they do server ticks here. Yeah, by the way, some people have said, you know, this combat is just too frenetic and it's too high-paced and all that. And I just want you to think of that when you realize that they slowed combat down back in BFA. Still not sure I like that particular change, if I'm being totally honest with you. Although that's not what pissed me off about BFA to the point where I finally abandoned my warrior. And almost quit the game. I've actually complained about this before. So, they changed... yeah, no, it was a whole thing, because they changed the global cooldown, and then they changed which abilities were global cooldown and not global cooldown, OGCD, to use the FF14 terminology. Now, some of that is fine, of course, because, you know, there's a lot of design that goes into that. They decided to make several tank abilities, as in live abilities, global cooldowns instead of off global cooldowns. And it was a very, very strange decision. For those of you who don't really fully understand, a lot of tanking in WoW is reactive. You see a big hit is coming, and then you adapt to it. Or you see that your healer is distracted, or dead, or out of mana, or dealing with the ads, or dealing with the rest of the group, and that's when you start hitting your live cooldowns. Or you're trying to weave your live cooldowns in and out of your regular rotation in order to push back against a flow of damage that's coming in, right? But all of that relies on the same thing. Your live abilities need to be off the global cooldown, so you can use them whenever. So guess what they did in BFA? In the interest of honesty, they did roll that back. In the interest of fairness, I guess is a better way to phrase that. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense. Something like FF11, especially since, given how it was supposed to be operating with the PS2, it would make sense that they would hard code the server ticks like that. Nice, big, chunky ticks. It is the best MMO ever made, Valerian. I'll just take that bribe right there. Thank you. Actually, that is an interesting question. If I had to pick one MMO, not a co-RPG like WoW or FF14, but the best MMO, which one would I put at the top of the list?
You wish to speak?
Thank you, Orc. I will include your service to the Horde in my report. I should have these troops fit to fight in no time.
Ancestors watch over.
How may I aid you?
Have you collected the arrows we need, Shaman? And yeah, they had the whole thing in WoW. BC was when it was really big. I don't actually even know if it's a thing anymore.
Farewell.
I'll talk about it in a second.
What brings you here?
Have you collected the arrows we need, Shaman?
Goodbye.
Well done. This should help us until our shipment
Ancestors watch
arrives.
over you. What do you need?
Good work, Shaman. Your efforts will help keep the enemy on their heels while our forces sweep across the land.
Strength.
Oh. I missed one. Okay, so there was a thing that used to be in WoW, and they worked really hard to get rid of it. And I don't know if they ever succeeded, because I kind of stopped following that level of min-maxing. 1 second. Listen carefully, Orc. It was an ambush. We were returning to the ramparts, and all of us were lost. We discovered their leader. He fills a vial with the blood spilling with one wounds. My men must be avenged. Being this to Kadrak, he will know what will be done. Oh no, the assassin's dead. He didn't even have a chance to kill the other CEOs.
Sug.
You find Gorat.
For the Horde.
As I feared then. May his rest be peaceful. Only not yet.
Dabu.
The Horde may have never known one more loyal than Gorat. Who is this guy again? He never failed to complete a mission, and it would seem he refuses this to be his first. He had you deliver this vial for a purpose. Dinah is the daughter of a revered shaman, and is more powerful than she appears. Bring her the
Go
vial.
forth to victory.
How may I aid you? May the eternal
Fortune is
sun
with us this
shine
day.
on.
Gorat's blood was fresh enough for me to conduct a special ritual taught to me as a child. Use this imbued blood on his corpse to summon his spirit. Do his final bidding and then report back to Kadrak.
Winds be at your back.
Okay. Hello, Elizar. Thank you, friend. I could not rest knowing my mission had not been completed. And that my men's sacrifice had not been avenged. We must hurry now. I sense my time is short. Follow me and prepare for battle. Sure, I can do that. Yep. Look, he's got a job to do, okay? Captain Elendilad conceals himself on the island ahead. Cowardly Ishik orders to his underlings. I don't think leader leading from the back qualifies as cowardice. Not even in Warcraft. That's not... whatever. I hope you like War Between the Horde and Alliance, because that's the next 3 zones of our life right now. Is the war. It's probably the most war that that Cataclysm gets, actually. Is these 3 zones. Show yourself, elf coward. Face your death with honor. How many times must I have you killed, Orc? Yeah, no, it's one of the few times I actually kind of was with the HVA. That's saying something. Curse you, Orc vermin. This forest belongs to the Calderon. Now you're dead. Yeah, no, I'm just going to give this away. Part of the reason I like this story arc so much is that it shows just how much of a mess this whole war is, and how bad and futile it is. No wonder I like it so much. Well done, Orc. The elf captain is dead, and the soul of one of our beloved brethren can sleep at peace. I shall pass word of your deeds to my superiors in Orgrimmar.
Go with honor. Hail.
Kadrak has just received fresh orders for our troops. I hear we're to begin offensive strikes into Ashenvale. I have far too supplies to support an assault, yet my shipment from Orgrimmar has yet to arrive. I'm forced to improvise and could use your help. Speak with Kadrak. Ask him to give you the reins of Brutusk. The Coda will take you to the Warsong labor camp.
Go in peace.
I can do that. Excuse me.
Blood and thunder.
Alright, Brutusk. Let's do it. Woo! Now that's a Kodo mount. So WoW used to have a system where it would take a snapshot of your current, like, spell power, essentially, and then determine all of your dots and hots and spell effects based off of that. Now, that sounds like a minor thing, but that got really into the nitty-gritty when it came to min-maxing. fire mages, warlocks, shadow priests. Several classes could really benefit from making sure to really stagger trinkets and spell usages and buffs, and then get your spell power to an absolute peak, and then like layer it so that your dots would go off at that, or start going off at that point. That's your snapshot, and then make very, very careful certain not to get rid of them or to just maintain them, because a lot of classes had the ability to maintain your dots once they're already up. That doesn't work that way anymore. Nowadays, the game actually checks your spell power pretty much on the fly. Part of that very, very quick server tick thing I just mentioned. So, you know, if I've got dots up on a boss and then someone hits, you know, super spell power 57 or whatever, then my dots suddenly get stronger because I have been buffed. Makes sense? I prefer the modern system personally, but I can see the benefits of the older system, because the older system certainly pushed up the skill ceiling, right? Like it took a decent amount more additional effort in order to really min-max your spells back then.
Greetings.
What an entrance. What can I do for you?
May your blades never dull.
Welcome. It's good to see the road to Russian ramparts remains clear.
Go with honor.
Sure needs wood, huh? Normally I could provide, but not today. With constant elf attacks, gathering lumber is dangerous work. The peons I have left are reluctant to venture into the woods. You want wood? Convince the peons to work. And keep them safe. Can't afford to lose anymore.
Oh, to victory.
Nobody wants to lose their workers in an RTS mission, am I right? You play some mission in WoW that are directly missions from Warcraft 3. Not really. I mean, kinda, yeah.
Zug zug.
Very, very kind. There are certain things in WoW that are based off of Warcraft 3 missions. Let's put it that way. If that's what you're asking, then the answer is yes. There's the Killing of Stratholme. That's in Wrath. The Horde is not welcome in our lands. Orc. Yeah, there's the Battle for Mount Hyjal, which is the second worst raid in the entire game. That's in BC.
Glory to the...
That might be it, actually. I mean, there's a few references to moments. For example, we see the moment that Arthas picked up Frostmourne in Wrath. Yeah, Warfronts were an attempt to emulate it and everyone hated them. I still don't fully understand why, but then again, I actually liked Warfronts, so I'm the weirdo there. Luthor said it was because they had nothing to do with endgame gear progression, which is depressing if that's the actual answer. Yeah, I thought Warfronts were fun, and I got gear from them, so I don't know. Then again, I like Torghast, what the hell do I know? I'm not Overlord. But it really says something that Warfronts were so hated that they completely canned an entire feature. Like, that's just wild to think about. Yeah, I will admit, I got into Warfronts at the front gate, because I was actually playing when BFA came out. So I got to see Warfronts when lots of people were doing them. They've actually tried several attempts over the years to add an RTS thing to WoW. It's never stuck. Back in the expansion we're currently playing, there's actually a quest chain which turns into a daily in Uldum. Excuse me, no, that's wrong. There are two quest chains that, in different ways, feel like they were trying to recreate the idea of an RTS in WoW. Well, gee, Elizar, there's only two. One of them was good, and one of them is the second worst raid in the game. I think you can figure that one out on your own. I don't think you need me to tell you that one. You don't look very tough. Hey! Ugh. Yeah. I will admit that some of the later Warfronts I did had Alterac Valley rot. You know what I'm talking about, right? So, nowadays, the strategy in Alterac Valley is bulldoze for the boss at the end, and then kill him. And that's it. By the way, that's been the strategy for years at this point. That's nothing new.
What can I do for
So,
you?
don't do the towers. Don't knock over the graveyards. Well, I mean, knock over like 2 graveyards. Don't do the mining quest. Don't go after the mini bosses. Don't do any of the content. Just race for the finish line as fast as you can. Yeah, Alterac Valley was the only battleground I actually liked back in the day, on any level.
Fight well, friend. Strength.
You have your wood, but the encroaching elves have made it impossible for your Kodo to return to the ramparts. I've dispatched a runner to Splinter Tree to summon aid. It shouldn't take long for their forces to clear the way. In the meantime, I would ask you to do us a service. Rust has rendered our shredders inoperable. A little lubrication will be good as new.
Fight well, friend.
Go kill slimes. Okay. I wanted to like Arathi Basin, but then I actually played it for a while. That sounds like a joke, but actually no, that's pretty much exactly what happened. I never even finished getting exalted with whatever they were, because... oh my gosh. Wintergrasp had a couple of cool features, as long as other players were doing it, which I suppose applies to a lot of things, doesn't it? Uh-huh. The mighty Hippogriff has been slain, with the claw of the felled beast serving as testament to your victory. I'll go and keep that as a trophy, I suppose. Yeah, Wintergrasp isn't even really a transmog place anymore, so it's kind of completely abandoned. So, let's see. Which game would be the best MMO of the ones I've played? I've played quite a few of them. Clearly, it's Matrix Online. I mean, the total absence of content, of world, visuals, of anything meaningful whatsoever. It's just a shoo-in, right? That's what an MMO means, right? Okay, so... let me think about that. I do agree that FF11 is probably at least, you know, in consideration for that. I mean, I don't actually know if Dragon Quest X qualifies as a co-RPG or an MMO, though. Valerian, what do you think? Valerian's like, I refuse to answer, because I hate you, and your ugly, dirty, stupid, worthless, stinking Nazi face! Oh, okay. Plus, you smell bad. What? Okay. In that case, we'll move Dragon Quest X from the list then. That's off. Well, let's talk out our options. Obviously, we got EverQuest, Ultima Online, and Asheron's Call. The big three. That's your Bronze Era right there. Of those three, I mean, I'm obviously naturally inclined towards Asheron's Call for obvious reasons. I am also more familiar with it than the other two. But I will also say that Asheron's Call did have more to allow the players to do whatever the hell they want to, which is kind of what, you know, the MMO's all about. Unless we're thinking in terms of pure PvP focus, because that's the thing, right? Like, our metric has to be established here. I don't know this quest. Like, Ultima Online would technically win that if our main metric for determining this was openness, right? Allowing the player to do whatever. Because Ultima Online let their players get away with whatever. That was the problem with Ultima Online. That's the biggest reason why I walked away from it. It was very much the Wild West in terms of... God damn, I already killed you. It's the Wild West in terms of player actions and player interactions, so it's like, eh. Lineage, yeah, yep, you're absolutely right. Lineage was up there too. In terms of that kind of interaction. So is that the method we're using? What am I in combat with? Well, Ultima Online and EverQuest are still going. I don't know if Lineage is. Lineage 1. I'm pretty sure Lineage 2 is.
Strength and honor. Strength.
Thank you for the oil. Now prepare yourself. My runners return with some desperate news. Splinter Tree is surrounded.
Go forth.
There will be no help coming from Splinter Tree. The elves have launched a major assault on our stronghold and have the place surrounded. We must inform Kadrak or die trying. Your coat has been loaded up with the wood you collected. Let me know when you're ready.
May your blades never dull.
I am ready.
Go with honor.
That's far enough, Orc. Dismount and submit or die. Out of our way, fools. You guys got in the way of a rampaging Kodo. Armored Kodo. That's kind of on you. What's a Vyoxeakstein? At least I don't think I've ever heard of that.
Loktar!
Must always be prepared for losses. Her honorable service to the Horde will not be forgotten, and her sacrifice not in vain.
Strength. Go forth.
You're coming with me, Eindonukes. There's no one else I can spare, and we cannot afford for Splinter Tree to be lost.
Dabu. Strength and honor. Strength. For the...
No, I'm making fun, Eleazar. Like, we've never heard of voice acting in WoW before. Yeah, no kidding. Because this is Cataclysm, Eleazar. We're still in the era of inconsistent voice acting. I can tell who plays Horde in the chat. Yeah, I did. And I'm never gonna answer it, Eleazar, until I've read all these parts out loud.
Blood and
Gorka's death was not in vain, Eindonukes. Splinter Tree would have certainly fallen if we hadn't come when we did. Now we just need to get to work shoring up her defenses. This isn't over.
Go with
We knew the elves would not go down without a fight, but no one expected them to lay siege to Splinter Tree. Time for them to pay for their actions. Nearby in Doranadil Barrowden lies something very dear to the enemy, the Forest Heart. I need you to go corrupt it. Hold on. You want me to corrupt something called the Forest Heart?
Dabu.
Are you listening to yourself? Are you hearing the words coming out of your mouth? I just want to be clear here.
Hello, man.
Blasted elves. They knew right where to hit us. It was them outrunners. I tried to warn them they were being spied up in the... Oh, no one listened. Now look at us, cooped up like chickens. Never too late for vengeance, Mon. Hunt them down, make them pay for what they've done.
Be seeing ya.
Actually, he probably doesn't, as Mirrosdar.
Greetings.
The remains of the demonic Burning Legion have been a thorn in our side. No more! That's right, we're done with the Burning Legion. The demons are attacking from the area known as Fellfire Hill, Demonfall Canyon, and Demonfall Ridge. Destroy as many as you can.
Go forth to victory.
I do like destroying demons. Yeah. Okay. Oh, hang on. One more quest. Oh, hey, BC music. Dabu, last I checked, is kind of like saying aloha, if I'm not mistaken. Painting the Forest Heart. How ruthless. An utterly vicious blow. I adore the idea. Okay, when a warlock, any warlock, says, I adore the idea, maybe rethink your strategy.
Strength.
There, the blood of the fallen Kaldurai is turned. It can now be used on the foreign heart, which will utterly corrupt it. The sacred relic of the arrogant elves will be turned against him. How poetic. The Barrow Den lies over here. Make haste. Kadrak is not likely to be in a patient mood.
Victory.
Okay. Just... Cool. Yeah, we've got a little bit too much mooah going on around here. But yeah, get used to that. We're officially not a part of the Horde anymore. This is we're going to be seeing almost nothing but Hellscream forces for the next 3 zones. Listen, before you say anything, I know we're not to meddle with demonic energies, but look around you. These are desperate times. We're likely to die here anyways. Might as well go out in a blaze of glory, I say. So Yin, take this canister and go southeast to Fellfire Hill. Use it near the patches of Fellfire and bring it back to me. Oh, and don't mention this to anyone. It starts to burn if I don't fire off frequently, know what I mean? You want me...
Well, spit it out.
Did you hear that? Ghosts! Oh, I hate ghosts. Their eerie howls are coming from the barrels. Yeah, make them stop. I'll pay good money to get those voices out of my head.
Glad I could help.
Lady. Yeah, these people have no idea. What's really funny, I'm going to show you something really quick before we actually continue the quest, because this shouldn't take long, because dragonfly, woo! Yeah, so you see this? Yeah, this right here is the Monument to Grom Hellscream. It's called that because this is the spot we're at the end of the Orc campaign in Warcraft 3 Vanilla, where Thrall, Grom, and Manaroth faced off. Right here! Yep. Anyways, so, Elizar says, Dear Lore, you suck. But also, when do you think that OP becomes boring in a story? And don't bring up Superman. When is OP told bad for a character? The answer is, depends. The demon dropped this parchment, which is amazingly written in Orcish tongue. The ones mentioned in it, Diatheris and Gorgonon, are 2 of the infamous Dreadlords that can control the demons hereabouts. The plans detail preparations for a demonic attack on Splinter Tree. No, there's just the monument now. But no, the answer really is, it depends. See, the thing is, like so many other things, someone who is very powerful in lore can be written well or can be written badly. So the answer is, it doesn't matter, if that makes any sense. Yeah, as Dakota says, the way you challenge Superman is you give him something he can't punch. Give him a threat that requires him to do something other than beating it into submission. I know, it's weird, isn't it? You're like, look at that. You taste the pixels. So it's sort of an invalid question. There is no level of OP-ness that makes a character a bad character. It's entirely how well you write them. I suppose you could say the same about most things, but it's still true. So do I ever wonder what Asus did to the Night Elves? Asus? Well, I'm not sure what motherboards are doing to Night Elves, but all of a sudden that just brings to mind some interesting cybernetic possibilities for cyber elves. And we've already got Fell Elves, Void Elves, Blood Elves, Undead Blood Elves. The Republican Gnomes. Now we have Cyber Elves. That actually sounds kind of cool. Oh yeah, and then there's Nightborn, which don't have the elves. Technically, they're night. Hang on, they're not night elves. They're like, oh god, I forget what it is. I can't remember the word. I mean, they were highborn. I'm gonna have to look that up now. That's gonna bug me. Hang on. Because each of the elves is named such and such Dorai, which means such and such elf. What are Void Elves? Well, Void Elves are elves on Void. Most of them are disaffected and disenfranchised elves, or elves who ended up getting lost in the Void, but then got saved by it. That is to say, saved from it, excuse me. In other words, elves who are channeling the power of the Void, to the point where it's actually a part of them, right? Nope, wrong thing. There we go. Here it is, Shaldurai. That's what the Nightborn are. What I don't know is what Shal means. Good morning, Auralia. Anyways, so yeah, Void Elves, they have nothing to do with the Legion, or the Void, or anything, really. They did join the Alliance, mostly because of Illyria. Well, let's be honest. The reason the Void Elves joined the Alliance is because that way we could have Blood Elves on the Alliance. Any in-universe explanation is a hand wave. Congrats. Early, excuse me. Yeah, it's actually really strange because a lot of players have been clamoring for High Elves for a really long time. And instead they made Void Elves. It's like I'm not mad. I have a Void Elf myself. We did Dead Mines yesterday on that. But like, why? Children of the Night. That would be funny. Yeah. I bet you I could just picture what happens. Well, we could just make high elves, but that's too easy, right? Like, we just copy-paste the blood elf model over. We gotta do something more with it. I've got an idea. Let's make the blood elves a playable race. Good idea. And lo, and we're done. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't mean to be persnickety, but shouldn't it be like star elves instead of night elves? Think about it.
Loktar. Strength.
That's better. Something quite like ridding our world of a demon. And they make for worthy opponents, unlike the weak races of the Alliance.
Farewell.
What do you have there?
Go with honor.
Dreadlords. They plan to attack us at Splinter Tree. Not while I draw a breath. No, we will not allow this to happen. They are a blight on our world.
Farewell.
Eindenux, you will see to it this attack by the Burning Legion never comes to pass. Go and slay these Dreadlords. Without them, the rest of the demons are essentially mindless. You will find Gorgonon in this.
Go with honor.
Has my Elune theory changed at all? Yeah. Especially since we've literally seen Elune. Finally. And she's actually called an Eternal One sister. That pretty much threw any of my theories about Elune completely out the window. This'll teach those elves. Just you wait. This is gonna be great. I'm gonna kill them all with spell power. Perfect. This'll show the elves what the Horde is capable of when we're backed into a corner. Yeah, summoning demons. Listen, Eindenux, you must say nothing of this to anyone. Sourfang will surely approve once he sees the results. But if we're found out beforehand, our heads will be on spikes. Here, bring this to Dirac. This orc has assisted me in collecting enough felfire to launch an assault on the elves. The projectiles will be devastating but impossible to control. I need a way to direct their trajectory. I'm sure to be forgiven for meddling with demonic powers once Splinter Tree is saved. Okay. Yeah, I've never figured out, like, I understand that we all have our little foibles, our little things, but I've never understood why exactly the devs have always been like, screw giving high elves to the Alliance. Like, now granted, that attitude was also being really prominent right about when they were really pushing the HVA. Right before they gave it up forever. Or at least until now. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what was going on in their heads.
Blood and thunder.
What's this? Who are you? Draka should know better than me to be so brazen, but it looks like you're up to your eyes in this with as much to lose as anyone. Very well.
Dabu.
What Draka requires is a magnet, something her demonic missiles will be drawn to. I happen to know a method that should suit our purposes. You scour the mines for fist-sized chunks of ore. I'll prepare a special enchantment.
For the Horde.
Okay. I actually like Void Ults too, it's just the whole situation is confusing, you know? As with so many other things. Then again, I'm the weirdo who thinks every race should be playable on either faction at this point. It's just too easy to justify an orc in Stormwind at this point in history. Or a human in Orgrimmar. More so than it has been, I'd say, since Vanilla.
Speak.
And we collected the ore we need.
Farewell.
Well done. These should hold the curse long enough for our purposes.
Dabu.
Wait, French people can visit Spain? Just in time, the elves have launched another attack. From the guard towers, use the accursed ore to mark targets for Draka. Her projectiles will strike your target and erupt in fell flame, destroying nearby enemies. There's strong prejudice against use of demonic magics. Unjustified, but real nonetheless. For this reason, I'll transform you into an imp for the duration to prevent you from being identified.
Farewell.
Cool. Wait, are you allowed to live in Spain? Is anybody allowed to live in Spain? That just sounds like nonsense talk to me. The best part is this is still very clearly Hellscream's forces. Because Hellscream's forces are extremely, well, evil. But I mean, like, they don't give a damn what you do as long as you accomplish your objective, with one notable exception. The one and only things that the Hellscream Horde don't care for is Fel. Because demons are bad. Everything else is cool, but demons are bad. So it makes sense that we're sneaking around. Not because we're the Horde, but because we're Hellscream. Why does this have a 10-second cooldown? When was that, Leonard? I don't think that even really counts, to be honest with you, Leonard. One random line, which they've even edited since then. And that's honestly my answer to that. He says he's against it, and then he has absolutely no problem with her actually continuing to do it. And completely allows her to keep raising people from the dead. And profiting from it for his war efforts. So, no, I don't think he's actually opposed to the dead. He might find it icky or gross or whatever, but the Hellscream forces don't actually care. Meanwhile, all of the warlocks of Orgrimmar are strung up and hung from the ceiling as traitors to the Horde. Just to name one example of that. Or the quest chain we're doing right now. Actually, no, Lunaruth. If you remember, the person he assigned to her to stick around was to prevent her from using the Blight. And that wasn't a thing he was opposed to, that was just basic pragmatism. As I've pointed out before, Sylvanas should be opposed to using the Blight because it renders the area uninhabitable, even for Forsaken. Like, that's sort of the problem. God, Sylvanas is so stupid in Cata. Yeah, he actually kills his own loyal warlocks. We're totally cool with him and his reign because they were warlocks. Well, funnily enough, Reckersbeard, they do some smart stuff with her later, so I'm going to go with yeah. As always, the biggest problem with Sylvanas is usually inconsistency. What do we got? Let's see. I mean, you're going to disagree with me, Reckersbeard, because that's the law. But that's okay. We're law-abiding citizens here. Why does Jaina feel any guilt for the actions that led to her father's death, since she knew the thrall and the orcs were not in the wrong? You know, that's a good question. I think in that case, it's at least acceptable. I think it's at least acceptable. Something I tend to speak out against is how irritating and stupid it is that fiction, especially Japanese fiction, tends to place some huge taboo on killing biological family members. Because I find that to be ridiculous. It's like, okay, and Devil May Cry is a good example of that. And there's a few other examples of that as well. However, in that specific case, Jaina actually did have a good relationship with her father, and actually did feel bad for the fact that she had to kill someone who was effectively just insane. Like, he was a madman at the end there. That's the whole point, is that he had lost it. So, yeah, no, of course she'd feel bad about that.
Strength and honor.
She still did it. Do you feel it, Heidenux? The raw, fell power seething through your being. There's nothing else like it. That's true.
Strength.
I'm just gonna leave here now and pretend I never did that quest. Listen, this grain. It's so... Oh, it's so delicious anymore. What's inconsistent about it, Raleigh? If you don't mind sharing. This could be the end of me. Perhaps my actions were not thought out as well as they could have been. The good news is we pushed back an attack that would have otherwise meant the end of Splinter Tree. Let us pray Saurfang sees it that way. I am certain to be summoned to Orgrimmar to explain my actions. You want me? Okay. So the funny thing is, now it's like, hey, go turn this in. The best part is, she's all freaking out because, oh my god, I used fell power. Remember, we're in the middle of corrupting the forest heart in order to diminish the elves' power while killing their spirits in their own barrow dens. This is what I mean when I say this is very Hellscream. He's totally cool with desecrating the dead and the land in order to defeat an enemy. Short-term gain, right? But you used a bit of fell magic in one attack. Completely unacceptable. And that is Hellscream to a T. They're binary. Oh, excuse me. Where's Heatree? There you are.
Hail, friend. Goodbye.
This woman, Draka, needs to mind her step. She plays with power she cannot possibly understand. This Duroc, I sense foul things about this one, and my instincts are rarely wrong.
Stay strong.
I sense Duroc is more than he seems. Demonic power is dangerous and easy to fall to corruption, even for a trained warlock. Find this Duroc, tell him the Horde will have nothing to do with him.
Keep your weapons sharp.
Okay.
Stay strong.
See, okay. Listen, Raptorsbeard. Eitrig is legit, yeah. But if you're paying attention, this quest didn't used to go turn into Eitrig. Anyways. I guess the point I'm trying to make, Raleigh, is you can still do something and agree with it. And think that it's the right thing to do and still feel guilt for doing it. Like, if I have to murder 15 puppies in order to save the entire planet, I'm still going to do it. It's just going to suck, and I'm going to feel awful about it. But yes, this used to turn into Garrosh, and Garrosh, being Hellscream, would immediately order you to kill the Warlock because he's a Warlock.
Mukra.
What is it, puny orc? What can I do for you? This is terrible. Saurfang. It's not even in there. We'll have nothing to do with you. What can we do?
For the Horde.
Saurfang's involved, you say? There's only one thing left to be done. Could you talk faster so I can kill you quicker? Please, please. My buff's running out. My buff's running out. No! He knew my one weakness. This is all happening. And there goes my buff. God damn it. This is all happening sooner than I would have liked. I'm afraid you have outgrown your usefulness. Oh no, he was a demon all along. Can I get some lore shocks, please? See, that was one of the only things I actually liked about BFA's story, was that they finally turned Jaina into a character again. She stopped being a character during Pandaria. Literally was absent from Legion. Like, she has one cutscene in all of Legion, for God's sakes. And then BFA finally brought her back to being a character. I will be right back. Yeah, Miss Proudmoore. I think I've mentioned this before. Most characters, most expansions, let me say this in a different direction, usually have like 1 to 4 main characters for that expansion who really get the bulk of the character development. Jaina's didn't show up until BFA. She had a bit of presence in Kata, in Pandaria, like 2 cutscenes in Wrath. And 1 cutscene in Warlords. That's kind of it. Well, now we have to go to war, Magister. Stab! Okay. Wait, hang on, Magister. I formally accuse you of being a Dreadlord. Yeah, BFA is going to be very weird. I talk so much crap about it. When we get there, people are going to be like, this is fine. What's the issue here? Then we're going to get to the war campaign. And then individual cutscenes are going to get multiple negatives. You know, that's actually a good question, Dakota. That person would probably get killed on the spot. And yeah, the Purge of Dalaran is just... We'll get there. That's Pandaria. I love Pandaria to death, but wow. Part of the irritation of that whole arc is it tries to portray Garrosh as some kind of tactical genius, and it's like, do you know who you're talking about? This guy's primary strategy is A-moving. Like, more or less literally. There's a cutscene in Wrath where he actually specifically talks about how irritated he is talking about things like logistics and supply lines. That's Garrosh. You know what he does? You know what extremely expert orders he gives when they find out that Pandaria exists? Go conquer it. So what was the expectations when Jaina sang Beware, Beware? I don't understand your question, but it's a good song, I agree. I mean, all the vignettes have been really good since they first started those back in Pandaria. Which expansion do I predict to score the worst between Warlords, BFA, and Shadowlands? So, all of those have the same detriment, the abandonment negatives. That's going to drag all three of those down equally, so that can't really qualify. So based on just everything else... Oh, which expansion? That was BFA, Elizar. Honestly, I would be shocked if Shadowlands isn't at the bottom of the list. Ignoring the obvious fact that, you know, Shadowlands has some legit stuff, some cool world building, and some interesting setup, and the zones are probably going to be a fairly strong net positive. However, Shadowlands only has 4 real zones, which, if you're paying any kind of attention, is a very small number for a full expansion. Then we're going to go to the Maw, which will get some visual positives. And then we're going to go to Kurthia. Kurthia. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Which is probably the worst individual zone in the entire game. Yeah, Zereth Mortis will be fine, but by that point the narrative will have officially hit nonsense land too. So that's not going to help. Will I be giving Warlords negatives for cut content? Giving negatives for cut content is always kind of a weird asterisk. I try not to do it in general, for obvious reasons. Having said that, let me phrase this differently. Let's say, let me use a made-up example. Let's say there's this thing called, I don't know, Vanilla. And let's say in Vanilla, there's a quest chain about the Defias that just stops dead, effectively in the middle of the chain, even though there's clearly more story to go. And if you manually go check it out, it's like, hey, check it out. What you will find is you will find some random king dude hanging out with some Naga under a frickin' island off the coast of Dustwallow. But does that count as negative to story because the story ended so abruptly without a satisfying conclusion? Yes, because of everything I just mentioned, right? In other words, the mere fact that the story ended so inconclusively. The story just stopped. We actually have... What do you want from me? Oh, the stealth people. Right, this quest. Because the story ended so not, that is we actually have precedence for that kind of a negative. Hell, a lot of endings to a lot of games get that negative. So that kind of a situation would get a negative. But interestingly enough, Warlords doesn't really have that, with a couple of exceptions. What Warlords has is another problem, which will get a completely separate negative. Sorry, I'm burying the lead there a little bit. So in Warlords, what we have is... Let's go back to our vanilla example. Let's say that you get a quest to go kill some Defias, and you find out the Defias are working with the kobolds in order to try and get, you know, ore for some big project. I'm not sure what they're doing there. It's very strange. And then, oh my god, there's a Juggernaut! And then we defeat it. No, actually, better. I can do better than that. I can do better. We find out that, oh my god, it turns out that they're stealing ore for some nefarious reason, and then we do the stockades. Because that's the other problem Warlords has. I can actually name to a specific example of this. Talradar Forest has this moment where exactly that happens. You see the beginning of a story, you see the end of a story, and there's nothing in between because it was cut. It's really jarring. A character quite literally goes from, I will do whatever I must to support my war chief, to, my war chief is evil and I'll do everything in my power to stop him. Oh, I'm dead. Like, no transition there. However, are we going to give a negative for a village not being there and for content that isn't there at all? No. That's not how that works. For various reasons, and honestly I would say fairly obvious reasons, we don't give negatives for things that probably should be in the game and aren't, because that is an endless black hole of negatives, if you really think about it. Even if it's obviously and blatantly cut content, you could see how that would drastically change the scores of an enormous quantity of games, MMO or otherwise. Excuse me. So yeah, for example, we're not giving a negative for the fact that both Shadowlands and Warlords have truncated raid tiers. We're only not reviewing the raids that are there. Yeah, Farallon will not get a negative because it's not in the game at all. There literally is no Farallon in the game. Oh god, Riker's Beard, you have no idea. And yeah, Overwatch is another example of a game that I will never review, but I would not give negative for the story that clearly was supposed to be there, but has no real presence in the actual game. Let's go with that. Sorry. In fact, I'm pretty sure that people are going to be shocked when I give Garrisons positives. Because it's the most memed on thing in all of Warlords. And you know how memes go. For those of you not aware, memes certainly have a basis in reality, but almost never actually reflect reality. Garrisons were actually really good content. Until you got to Endgame. At which point they sort of ran into a problem. Oh, for Christ's sakes, this is the third time I've killed you. Piss off. So if I was to review vanilla talents... Oh, Jesus. It's been too long since I've looked at vanilla talents, but I can't imagine they would be many positives. Talent design in vanilla was not. Now, that led to some interesting things. That's how an MMO works. Is, you know, the game is... not very well designed, and therefore that allows for interesting or emergent gameplay. Hate to use that word. No, see, yeah, that's exactly the issue, Wrecker's Beard. Like, we will talk about it when we get there. We might actually have an inverse launch negative. I don't know, we'll have to think about it. I'm very hesitant to give content drought negatives. Because, you know, that establishes a really awful precedence for multiple reasons. And would require a whole lot of additional homework in several cases, too. However, speaking as someone who was playing during Warlords, yeah. Yeah, we've already faced 2 major content droughts, as of the point at which we're at now, here in Kata. And we're going to have a 3rd when we get to Pandaria. And then we're going to have a 4th when it gets to Warlords, and a 5th when it gets to Shadowlands. I think that's it. I think that's all the content droughts. At least all the substantial ones. here's what I want to talk about when it comes to the garrisons when we get there. And I do want to have a real discussion about it. Because a lot of people meme on the garrisons, but obviously most people, when they pull their emotions out of it for a second and think about it, they agree with me on the overall idea that while leveling, garrisons were cool. And, right, like that's probably going to pair out when we actually get there for the course of the leveling experience in Warlords. The catch is what the garrisons became at the end game. Now, we all know screw the end game, right? But the problem is the garrisons replaced the capital cities, and that completely changed the dynamic of how the game operated. There was an emptiness to them. And, of course, to the follower board. Like, logging in, yeah, exactly, Records. But funnily enough, they did the exact same thing that you just suggested in Legion. Go figure. But it's just logging in, doing a couple of follower missions, and then logging out, and that's your content for the day. That was not very enjoyable, right? And again, there was a huge gap of just nothing to do there. It's really weird, because like Blackrock Foundry is, I say without hyperbole, one of the best raids in all of WoW. Which, yes, that physically hurts that I can't give it any positives, but it's still true. So we had one of the best raids in WoW, and then this giant gap of nothing. It's why everyone memes on the selfie patch. Because even though the selfie patch was a great patch for, like, non-content related reasons, it had a total absence of content. You know? There was nothing to do. It was a great under-the-hood patch. Fixed tons of things in tons of directions, and set the stage for what would eventually be, you know, a lot of the really great stuff they could do with the game later on. But it was nothing, so people were like, all right, here comes, what was that, 6.1, 7.1, whatever that was. That was 6, I was right. 6.1, yeah! Woo! There's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. And that's Warlords in a nutshell, isn't it? Now, you have to give me a moment, because I'm about to be attacked here. Let me get up a little bit. I was being invaded by an adorable child who demanded to play the cat game. She's been playing Little Kitty in Big City with me. Obviously, I can't do that right now, so I found a no commentary YouTube playthrough of it. She's now watching that. Hey, there we go. Good game, by the way. I recommend it. Okay. What was I saying? Really lost my train of thought on that one. Yeah, I haven't seen any other players in Ashenvale this whole time. Which is a good thing, death to other players. There's one thing that ruins my experience in World of Warcraft. It's other players. That's actually not quite a joke. There's a reason why during the WoW lore run, #otherplayers became a thing. Anyways, both WoW and FF14 suffered the issue of there's content for sweaty gamers and there's easy collectible stuff. But for medium players, not quite casual, not 9 hours a day, they seem to struggle coming up with a batch of content for us. Where it's easy to access, but not super punishing to plan a macro. And install 100 add-ons to solve the game. God damn it! This stupid bird. I don't see a question there, Auralia. I see a statement which says, Dear Lore, die. Wait, no, that was Riker's Beard. My bad, my bad. I accept your proposal, Riker's Beard. Why is it hard to make that? Well, yeah, I mean, the answer is it's not. Is the real answer there. In fact, almost all of the time, making content for the middle tier just involves making content for one or the other and then adjusting it slightly. Let me use a direct example. Let's say you design a mythic raid. It's brutal, terrible, destructive, horrible, insane. And then you tone down some of the stats and you tone down some of the mechanics. And now you have something for people who are not sweaty. Boom. Done. You'll notice WoW has done this several times in its career.
Glory to the Horde.
Those dreadlords must die soon.
Strength.
Never again will the Burning Legion make slaves of the Orc or any other race of the Horde. Yeah, that's... Sure.
Go forth to victory.
Greetings, man.
Good, good. Fewer elves running around, the better. Death to all who oppose us. Aren't you a troll? Shut up, man.
Some.
What, you don't like me having a seal of Argus? It is done. Good work, Eindenukes. That will gradually weaken their forces, as well as their spirit.
Strength
Yeah, good job, like,
with honor.
corrupting the forest. What is wrong with you?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, you silenced the voices. Thank you. Thank you.
Be careful out there.
Hey, I've been traveling through Ashenvale, heading through Ratchet, and decided to make a stop here at Splinter Tree. I'm always looking for an opportunity, and it seems satyr horns are in high demand. After rasking around here, it seems the satyrs in Nightrun, Satanar, and Xavian have types of horns I'm looking for. I ain't no match for those satyrs, but you might be. Tell you what, you collect the horns for me, and I'll make it worth your time.
Have a good one.
Thrall, Hull, go forth.
I have a special mission that requires a well-equipped, competent shaman. As I have no one else, I suppose I'll have to settle for you. Thanks! The enemy has assaulted Warsong Lumber Camp and cut it off from the rest of our forces. An important Blood Elf diplomat en route to Orgrimmar is trapped there. She must be liberated. Does she have oil?
For the Horde. Strength.
And that's a go-to we'll be doing later.
What do you need?
Listen, Shaman, I know this assault on Splinter Tree has everyone worked up, but if we forget about the Satyr portals, we'll come out of this crisis to face an even larger one. You don't know about the portals? To the northeast, in the regions of Satanar and Xavian? Satyrs are attempting to summon in demons to bolster their numbers. Oh my god, enough with the demon summoning. God! Well, Illidan's using fell power, and that's the end of that. Like it or not, Garrosh is so simple that that would be the full extent of it. He would just be like, well, he uses demons, and therefore he is wrong. He must be destroyed. There is no other possibility for someone who tampers in fell powers. Death to Illidan. Like, that would be it. Even if he knew that Illidan wasn't actually a demon, he'd be like, he must die. Because he's essentially a warlock. And all warlocks must die. For they have no part of my horde! Anyways. I will agree that Blizzard had this thing with esports for entirely too long there. No offense to esports as a thing, but like, you remember when Bobby was trying to get billionaires to sign on for esports teams, and so deliberately set the pricing for setting up a new franchise in Blizzard esports to like some ludicrously high millions number that only billionaires could afford? Not that I'm saying Bobby is the only one responsible for that problem, but he was definitely part of that problem. Here's the Storm. My personal favorite MOBA of all time. Pretty much completely dead in the water. Cool. I hope so, Elizar. But at the same time, I kind of don't. I've enjoyed several MOBAs over the years, but none quite like Here's the Storm. Smite was the Greek one, right? Just to make sure I'm remembering. I like how they're called Fell Musk. They literally have, like, noxious gas clouds coming off of them. Ugh. Yeah, I played a bit of Smite on camera, but I also have played Smite before. So it was pretty good. It wasn't my thing because it was too PvP focused. That just was the end of that for me. Yeah, where's my StarCraft 3? Or hell, just keep making mission packs for StarCraft 2. God damn it. Congrats, Mister. Are you up to the 25% bonus yet? Yeah, I figured. I mean, we had several dangling threads after StarCraft 2, including the Ghost missions, which were literally a prologue. So, we have plenty of places we could go with that. I can't speak positively about the Korean Brood War scene, so I'm just going to not say anything about that at all. Like that's a personal cut. Yeah, we've got the UED, we've got the one Brood Mother who kind of went off. I think she was in the book. Oh, God, I don't remember what else. I guess Alarak is technically out there. Get on that while John Delancey's still alive. I suppose it would depend on the Shepherd, Aurelia. No, I'll just tell you. So we got a StarCraft remastered And it's by all accounts a pretty good remaster. The problem is, it's still StarCraft under the hood, with all of the flaws and issues and problems that involves. So it's not really a true remaster, it's more like a graphics polish up with a couple of quality of life features. And, well, that sucks. And they will never, ever, ever do any kind of update to StarCraft at this point in time. The reason why they refuse to do any updates to StarCraft is because the esports scene demanded that StarCraft stay exactly the same. You know, because competitive multiplayer demands things be a very specific way. Unchanging is how I would describe that. It's why LoL is sort of completely stagnant in certain ways. Obviously, they're still adding new champions, and there's still new strategies and all that, but the point is, the game is completely stagnant underneath that. And that's what they want. Think about tennis for just a second, right? Court doesn't change. The layout doesn't change. The rules don't change. Like, that's desirable for a competitive. I understand it. It's not like I don't even... I even agree with it. Because when you're doing competitive multiplayer, the whole point is the other player, the other team. So you want as standardized of an experience as possible so you can then strategize and move around it. It's why so many people in Smash prefer Final Destination, Fox only, no items. Because that is an extremely static level playing board, right? But from the perspective of being interested in a game, not quite as interesting. Now, to be clear, I would have been fine if they made a StarCraft remastered that happened to be the original. If they'd also done a remake of it and actually polished it up. They did not. Hence the anger. There will never be a StarCraft remake, because the only chance we ever got at that was thrown away in order to make sure that the game was as exactly the same as possible to the original. Fun fact, Warcraft 3 Reforged ran into that too, and then completely flubbed it. So it's actually worse twice. Am I out of portals to... Oh, no, here we go. I was going to say, I'm running out of portals to close. Guys, can you summon more demons so I can close more of your demon summoning portals? What? Just real quick. Just ask you for a friend. As a solid to me. Okay. Oh, there he is. Maybe I should put some more signal powder on the brazier next time. I'm not sure you can see that from Orgrimmar.
Makra.
You have your work cut out for you. Let's hope you're up for the task.
Victory. For the Horde.
As you've been told by now, we are to escort a diplomat from the besieged lumber camp to safety. As it stands, that's simply impossible. The elves have 1,000 arrows trained on the camp's exits. First, we must create a diversion, something that'll take their eyes off the camp for a time. My idea is simple. Take this axe and cut down the trees they've been nurturing. A great idea.
Nabu.
You realize part of the reason we're here is for lumber, right?
Strength.
Listen carefully. There are 3 leaders in this region who are commanding the elves, keeping their focus directed on the camp. Slaying them will certainly cause panic and disarray. Hopefully enough for us to successfully complete our mission.
Farewell.
Okay. Oh, they could have done that, Eleazar, but that would have taken additional time and work. And money. And yeah, who would buy it at that point? Which vanilla forest zone do I like the most? Duskwood. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Let me think about that.
Yeah, what do you want?
Hope you can be quick about getting those horns. I'm heading back to Ratchet soon.
If you ever need anything,
These are perfect.
keep it real.
Have some rep.
Blood and thunder.
Good work, Orc. One less thing we have to worry about.
Go with honor.
Tannerus is definitely the best forest zone in vanilla. No, it has to have at least 2 trees to be a forest. That's the qualifier. Tannerus and 2 druids. That sounds like the beginning of like a rom-com or something. He's a Tauren. She's a Night Elf. Now they're stuck in Tannerus. Record scratch. That hurts like hell. I think I'm actually going to go with Teldrassil. I mean, vanilla has so many issues. God, it's like playing the game with cellophane wrapped around your head, right? But Teldrassil, I think, is the one that I remember the general aesthetics of being the most positive. That's true, the Plaguelands are a foresty area. Not what I would traditionally consider a foresty area, but they are. Ah. I was actually thinking back to when I was younger, and when I used to actually be into competitive multiplayer. And I realized that I was never the target audience for that kind of thing. Because you know what I liked most about doing competitive multiplayer back in the day? Variety. That's not an elitist statement. Again, as I've already said, I myself actually agree with the idea that, you know, true competitive multiplayer needs to have static, you know, racetracks or fields or whatever. But back in the day, I was the guy who I would do competitive StarCraft matches on random. Because I just liked finding out what my dude, like that was part of the enjoyment, was having to pick a random faction to play as. I'm the guy who liked to pick, you know, whatever we hadn't played most recently when we were voting for the next match in Counter-Strike or in Half-Life, just general Half-Life multiplayer. Oh yeah, Warcraft 3, that's another good example. I would keep track of which maps we hadn't done recently. And again, random race. So dramatic when they die, God. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. D-Dust is a good map. In an Unreal Tournament, you had, I can't remember the name of it, but it was the 2 pyramids that face each other. They're good maps. But like, variety, you know? Facing Worlds, that's it. I was also the weirdo who, you know, once I beat Unreal Tournament, I was like, all right, I'm good. And half my friends are like, what? Don't you want to keep playing? Not really. Because I did it. I beat it. It was fun. That final boss was bullcrap. This is when people in chat are like, there was actually a single-player campaign? Oh, that's another thing. You know what I liked in Unreal? I think it was 2003? I never remember which one it was, but it was the assault missions. You know, objective-based stuff. That was fun. It's also why I gravitated towards Battlefield 1942 originally, and then immediately gravitated right back out of it. Objective-based PvP is always more interesting to me than just kill the other team. That's true, Riker Spirit. It's very, very true. And that's why it's extremely boring. To me. And I'm not actually joking about that at all. Because you're right. But there's nothing there. It's like being handed a plate of no food. Just an empty plate. And being told, alright, here you go. Here's your meal. And I'm like, but there's no food on the plate.
Strength and honor. Victory.
Nice work. You've demoralized the enemy and harvested resources for the Horde. Let's hope the rest of the mission goes as well.
For the Horde.
They're in complete disarray. Look at them.
Strength.
Well, Shaman, this is as good as it gets. The elves are scrambling to recover from your recent deeds. No better time to break into the lumber camp. Make your way in and speak with the Overseer. Okay.
Farewell.
I don't think so, Loke. There. Grats, Bregman? You can play Unreal with a controller, can't you, Yura? I don't know why you would torture yourself to play an FPS with a controller, but you probably can.
Samsung.
If only you'd arrived an hour ago. The diplomat suffered mortal wounds at the hand of an elf assassin. How an enemy was able to infiltrate the camp undetected remains a mystery.
Go forth.
It's not like I don't have enough to think about here. Keeping this place operational is hard enough with a constant elf and Draenei harassment. On top of everything, there's an assassin lurking around camp who's killed an important diplomat on my watch. Whoever it is couldn't have gone far. Scour the camp until you find her.
For the Horde.
At least I can have the assassin's head when I answer to Hellscream.
Glory to the Sindori.
Like I said, if you want to torture yourself by being a sadomasochist, that's your job, Luke. You go ahead and be an extremely insane, evil person. You know, no judgment. Everything's fine. Guys, I think Loke's into torture. We need to have him locked up. Oh wait, he'll like that. Shoot. We'll have to figure out something to do about Loke. I've got it. Let's put him in like one of those relaxing spa places. That'll be horrible for him. Actually, yes, this is the base that we built with Grom in Warcraft 3's Reign of Chaos' missions. This is where we knocked over all the enemy Ents of Life or whatever in order to claim their lumber. That is a wild thought, Rector's Beard. Okay, I swore they were like right here. Apparently I'm wrong. mean, I'm sorry, the two-faction system has been nothing but a yoke on this game since vanilla. I try very hard to understand a lot of things. I joke about a lot of things. Like, obviously, I don't really have anything against PvP. I don't really have anything against using a controller. But the two-faction system, let's ignore the HVA for a second, just the two-faction system. The fact that it's two factions and everything in the game rotates around the two factions has been an anchor around the neck of this game for 20 years. The fact that it is taking them so much effort in order to try and pull out of that says a lot about how much of the code fundamentally relies on that system. We've seen, as recently as yesterday, as well as like last week, just how bad it is when you try to do cross-faction groups, which are a thing now. Rectorsbeard, I hate to massively disagree with you, but Asheron's Call didn't have a two-faction system. Ultima Online didn't have a two-faction system. EverQuest didn't have a two-faction system. EVE Online didn't have a two-faction system. FF11 doesn't have a two-faction system. I keep going. Arcade doesn't have a two-faction system. Like, whether you want an MMO or a co-RPG doesn't really change the fact that the two-faction system itself is the problem here. That's why I say this with no joking and with no hyperbole. And those are all MMOs. Then, of course, we get to the co-RPGs like Guild Wars 2 and FF14, which, hey, do not have a two-faction system. And yeah, Guild Wars 2 has a fairly strong PvP focus. Or World v World. I'm just curious if this is going to work. I mean, hell, PvP-centric MMOs don't have two faction systems. They have PvP. They either have team PvP or they have guild PvP. Remember, I can't remember the name of it now. The very Korean MMO. I can't think of the name of it. It's shut down now, unfortunately. And also, fortunately. Hell, Earth and Beyond, there's another one. No, I'm thinking of the wrong one. Earth and Beyond had a 3-faction system. The one I was thinking of is, oh, I can't remember what it's called. Was it BDO? I don't know, BDO. BDO is still going, though. I'm talking about one that actually got shut down. Which Korean MMO do I like the most? Oh, jeez. I've never liked any of them. But I guess by technical definition, the answer to that would be like Guild Wars. It's a bit of an asterisk-y answer, though. But you can have that without a two-faction system, Reckersbeard. First of all, you can have that just in general. Like, you don't actually need factions to have the danger of world PvP. Second of all, if you actually feel like having teams or whatever, you still don't actually need built-in factions. Like, I feel like Reckersbeard just doesn't listen to me. Either way, negative to the game, two-faction system. Also negative to the game for this quest. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's an interesting question, Aurelia. There we go. Okay. Person dead. Have you filled your quota of lumber and elf ears? Gross.
Strength and
I want to know
honor.
one thing, Orc. Is that assassin dead?
Go forth.
Well done, Shaman. One last request. It'd probably be best if none of my laborers to the assassin ever existed. Sure.
Strength.
Hey, Huthor. Do you think the two-faction system is a good thing or a bad thing? Not PvP, not open world, just the two-faction system.
Anaria Shola.
Can't believe she's gone. It all happened so fast. I understand I have you to thank for avenging my mistress. For that you have my gratitude and that of Silverman. In her wisdom, my lady foresaw this end. She prepared a missive to be delivered in the event that something happened to her. We're to join an Orgrimmar retinue at the crossroads. Please, deliver that in our stead.
Farewell.
Sure, I can do that.
Loktar.
I'll deliver this to Hellscream personally. In the meantime, there's something I need you to do for me.
Go.
I have a bit of a personal request. Been many moons since I have seen my love, and it'll be many more before we are able to be together again. I fear that as time passes, her love for me will wane. This braid has special meaning to the two of us, as do thorned blood cups, the flower of this region. I ask you pluck the flowers and weave them into the twine and present it to her on my behalf.
Dabu.
You know, Huthor, I don't know what I was expecting. That is a very Huthor answer. Alright. This brain has very special meaning to us. I mean, this is Warcraft, you know? There's nothing really preventing them from giving us a quest.
Listen, this is the first brain I ever ripped out of someone. I did it that one night when I finally proposed to her.
Oh god, some call this an elder brain. Yeah, we need to get that on lockdown. Someone get the hammer. Immediately. So my youngest just came down here. And, and said, it's dinner time. And I'm like, turns out she got confused because Baba, her father, was making lunch. And then she went to grab my cup for me. She said, oh, I really like dragons. Dragons are cool. And this is something I got at Gen Con 2015. Big old, I don't know if you can see it. It's a big old dragon in front of it there. Okay. What the hell was I doing? Right. Giving a negative to gameplay. For a two-faction system. Alright, let's go. Actually, I'm getting motivated for these quests. Most of the quests early on have been really cool in Ashenvale. And then we hit the Warsong Lumber Camp, and all of a sudden the X of Y's started getting worse. And worse. And worse. Also, having to literally look up a quest is never a good thing. WoW 2 is necessary. I have to agree. Excuse me, disagree. By law with everything Recker's-Beard and Huthor said. Now, thankfully, they haven't figured this out, because they could really screw with me if they did. I suppose in the interest of... I don't know what to call that. Compromise? That's not the right word. Discussion? I suppose in the interest of discussion, you could say that one of the things that makes WoW WoW unique was the two-faction system. Because again, all the other MMOs, you know, MMOs didn't have a two-faction system. That's what I want, right? Right? Or was I going for this? Oh god, I'm trying to remember. I was going for this. Let's go and grab that for now. I was right. His one beloved is the woman who was like, hey, let's go use fell stuff. Thought I remembered that name. So that's kind of a reverse go-to, because technically we could enter this zone from the east over there thanks to Ashara. Now I've got another go-to. EverQuest 2 tried something like a two-faction system, and really, really, really failed at it. But then again, EverQuest 2 failed at everything. So that's its own problems there. I'm trying to think of other MMOs that have actually approached a two-faction system. Because there haven't been a lot.
You wish to speak? Winds be at your back.
What do you have there, Shaman? Could it be?
Walk with the
You've
earth.
slain the beast? I owe a great debt, my friend. That beast terrorized many over the years, but its death holds special meaning to me. You see, recently my brother fell victim to these very claws. I shall sleep well now, knowing he's been avenged.
We shall meet again.
The Furbog are more numerous than we expected in the southern regions. They've also been more aggressive than we'd like. The resources divided between hunting down elves and harvesting lumber. That leaves you to put an end to the distraction. Sure,
May
I
the
can do
eternal
that.
sun shine upon thee.
The... Yeah, Warhammer Online did have a two-faction system. Aeon Online had a two-faction system. Aeon died horribly. Warhammer died even more horribly. I'm trying to think. Because most MMOs, even MMOs, had other ways to do, you know, open world conflict or PvP conflict.
What do you need?
You should have seen it, Shaman. The elves thought Silverwind to be impenetrable. Heavy defenses, army of water elementals. They were almost right. Almost. One of our mages was able to summon a twisted elemental designed to send the others into a rage. The look at their faces. Unfortunately, the mage who summoned fell in battle. Now I need someone to bring down their creation.
For the Horde.
Of course. We summoned something and lost control of it. Might as well be half the quest in WoW, I swear to God.
Mokra.
My commander has sent me to scout for potential recruits to assist in the defense of Gromgal. Are you familiar with Stranglethorn? We're not doing
Go
that.
forth to victory.
Loktar.
And that is our Stone Talon quest chain. Alright. See, I really don't want to discuss this anymore, but I'm going to fundamentally disagree with the idea that the two-faction system is not a fundamental problem. Sorry, wrong word. A fundamental aspect of the game. It has nothing to do with PvP, actually. It has everything to do with code. The way that they do faction flagging, the way they do reputation, the way that they design quests to be one side or the other, the way that you can interact with NPCs. All of that sits on the two-faction system. I mean, we literally found a bug recently that is that they ran into specifically because of the fact that they're having so much trouble getting Horde and Alliance players to be able to interact with each other. It wasn't until Warlords, no, that's wrong, it wasn't until Legion, excuse me, that a Horde player and an Alliance player could share credit on a kill in the overworld. All of that to me screams code. Oh, philosophy. I wasn't talking about philosophy at all. Philosophy's over there in the corner. Talking about, like, trolleys or something? I don't know. I stopped paying attention. Point being, yeah, they also did the communication thing. That's also something they weren't sure what to do with, and also exists for absolutely no reason. There's a lot of that. Well, we do know the language barrier is easy to solve because they've done that before. So that's something we know they could fix if they chose to. So that's probably a philosophy issue at that point. I suppose I'm also the idiot here, because I don't see how mandating two factions prevents any of the things that have been stated as a positive from happening. Like, so for example, Riker's Beard wants dangerous open world PvP, to which I say, you know, we have guilds, we have teams, we have just raw open world, you know, free-for-all is what we usually call that, PvP. There you go, boom, solved, done. It is now dangerous to roam Stranglethorn. Congrats. We have the ideas of double content, seeing stories from different sides, but that's actually easy to solve too, because all you have to do in order to make that happen is to have it so you pick a side. Oh, that's already a thing in the game. It's just, you know, expand upon that. How can that sound awful when that's the exact same thing you want, Wrecker's Beard? You're starting to confuse me. Again. Like, you just said you want open world PvP, and now you don't want open world PvP. Like, I don't mind disagreements, but I'd like to at least understand what's being disagreed upon. Actually, with I like disagreements. Variety. I like variety. You're gonna die, boy. You're gonna die. He's dead. Well,
I've been
is it
expecting
done?
you.
Good work. This should leave them licking their wounds for a time.
Farewell.
My research has paid off. I believe that with a show of force, we can diminish the Furbog's aggressiveness. Take this banner a short ways northeast and place it on their totem mount. They'll try to destroy the banner, but hold your ground until their chief appears to save face for the tribe.
We shall meet
Oh
again.
god, the King of the Hill quest. How many of you remember having to get a group together to do this King of the Hill quest back in the day? Okay, so you're literally not answering my question, Wrecker's Beard. I'm thinking you're doing it on purpose at this point. So, the unpredictable threat added by potentially being stalked and killed by enemy factions players lends itself to the immersion aspect of it existing in a world. Okay. Remove the word faction from that. What changes? Because you have not addressed my point at all. What is different about having an enemy team, or enemy guild, or enemy player that changes based on them not being an enemy faction? Like, this is a long since solved problem. This predates WoW as a concept. Let me use a parallel. One of the things I've heard some people say is that they love the idea of, you know, you're off questing, and I'll use Stranglethorn as an example. And, oh my god, you know, I'm being attacked by an enemy force. So what you do is you go get some of your crew, and then you come back and you attack them back. Cool. Done. So, you did it. You successfully managed to beat back the enemy and you know, claim a spot so you can go quest there. Nothing in any way, shape, or form is changed by that being a guild, a team, or Horde versus Alliance. Like, nothing's different there. The same exact experience is being maintained. Right? Like, this is how this used to be in MMOs. I will admit that being forced into a team certainly simplifies that. But again, like, if the goal, let's focus specifically on the PvP thing. If the goal is to try and have, you know, that kind of engagement is had by having an enemy team, and you are also on a team. We don't lose anything here. Like, what's really bothering me about this is that you're arguing for what I am also arguing for. I am just simply presenting a way in which we can both have what we want by removing the hard-coded faction flags from the game completely and make it so that you have to, you know, you can join a team in order for that same specific type of encounter that you want. And I can have a thing where I don't actually have to be HVA for the rest of my life and have issues with actually being able to interact with the game on a fundamental level thanks to how the faction flags are used in order to program the game. I suppose we could argue, like, if that's the argument, I suppose we could say that if people are not forced to join a team, they won't be teams, but I don't know, I've played too many MMOs where that's not true. You had gangs, you know? You had roamers. Someone knocks over one of your people, you go back with like 5 of your people, right? Like, that's normal.
Peace, friend.
And again, everything I'm talking about is from stuff that predates WoW even existing. This is pre-2004 stuff.
Walk with the Earth Mother. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Like, I think I'm trying to posit a thing in which we could both have what we want here. And your argument is we can't because... And I don't know what your argument is. I can't even finish that sentence. I have no idea what your overall point is. I'm trying to speculate on what your point is. I should rebuff. Oh, I have water walking now. Remember when they spent 3 expansions trying to force world PvP to be a thing? I have no idea how successful that was, to be completely honest with you. But they certainly stopped. Well, interestingly enough, Blade Javal, no. But the main reason it wasn't an issue in Tor is because they abandoned it in a way that they had no issues abandoning it with. Whereas it's been a code issue in WoW for a very, very long time. Probably helps that Tor came out quite a bit after WoW, and so they had, you know, more modern design, literally more modern code there. I'll also admit I've never done, what's it called? War mode. And I never will. Oh, neck. I mentioned that because I'm not sure how different that would change everything. Like, I know War Mode gives you War Talents, and gives you 10% bonus experience, and obviously it changes which layer you're on, because at that point you're on a War layer. I think? Actually, I shouldn't say that so definitively. I think it changes your layer. I'm not sure about that. Maybe I assume it changes your layer. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, it does change your layer. Woo, I was right. I was right about one thing today. I'm going to take that to the bank. It's a record, I think, for me. The slain elemental has produced an intensely glowing globe of water. A glorb of water. The contents of the glorb are at best disgusting. It would be safe to assume that whatever befouled the water is most likely present in the thing. Yeah, we know they befouled it. Why is this a horde quest? So it sounds like what you're arguing for is you like the fact that it's mandated teams instead of player-chosen teams. Okay. I can at least understand that. That sounds like... That sounds similar to your statement yesterday, I want to say it was? Days and days. When you were talking about how players have to be forced to do things, otherwise they won't, which is certainly true. Why are mounts so big?
Thrall Hull,
Well done, Shaman. A fitting end to a textbook
go
assault.
forth to victory.
Actually, it here? 2 go-tos? Whoop, 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 whoop.
Blood and thunder.
What do you need?
Dabu.
Find a nasty bowl of water and bring it to me. Who am I, the Earthen Ring? Actually, it gives me an idea. Maybe you do need the Earthen Ring. I mean, it helps clear up the situation for the lake. Good. For good, I'm all for it. You know who the Earthen Ring are?
Victory.
They're a shamanistic group dedicated to studying and preserving the elements. They've forgotten more about crazy old gods, ancient legends, and lore than most scholars will ever know. Lucky for you, I know someone in the Earthen Ring here in Ashenvale.
Dabu.
That's 2 Zormgar quests now. We can also go there. Let's do Zormgar first. We're going to be doing Blackfathom Deeps pretty soon, if anybody wants to join us for that. You've probably got another 30, 40 minutes, so there's no rush. Did Blackfathom Deeps get another overhaul? Let's look it up. Let's see. It did. Huh. I actually thought that was Kata. Ah, invasions. Now that's a cancer on Dark Souls. Patooey, patooey. Sorry. That's great. Oh, I have Aurelia. Not in WoW, of course. I've never played on a PvP server in WoW. But I've played older MMOs, where open world PvP was the norm.
Loktar, strength.
Okay, I know Throne of Tides got an update because it was part of the Mythic rotation. I guess that means we're not actually doing Blackfathom Depths now. Or I guess we could? I could keep track of that stuff, but I can do that. It's not like we're reviewing the gameplay or dungeons. This is grim news indeed. May the spirits preserve them until we can fight our way to Splinter Tree.
Go with honor.
This is no small task. We have more ships arriving, and without the lighthouse, they'll be lost or worse. You're hereby charged with keeping the fire lit. Collect blubber from the Hydras. Want to use Hydra blubber?
Dabu.
Okay. Yeah, Ubris. Ubris got an overhaul in Warlords. Not Lobris. To my knowledge, Lobris has never had an overhaul. Like, it's still basically the same it was since Kato. In fact, actually, let me look that up really quick before I say that so definitively. I am wrong. Ada didn't do anything to it, really. So yeah, Lobris is a vanilla dungeon still. Sure.
Go forth to victory.
Zug Zug.
Vorsha the Lasher, the fiendish hydra that roams the seas. She has attacked our outpost, each time unprovoked, laying waste to anything that falls in her path. But I am ready. I have prepared to best the hydra. Okay, sure.
Victory!
This is a group quest. No, it isn't. Yes, I'm... Okay. Do we have... Okay. Riveting. And yeah, I know what you're talking about with the people. Like, why would you play in a PvP? What are you, a baby? It's the same thing we've seen since the old days. It's that kind of desire to not look like an outcast, and so we have to make sure that we're puffing ourselves up by always eating the spiciest food, even if we don't like it, and not being bothered by the cold, even if we're freezing, or, you know, playing games on the hardest difficulty, even though we don't enjoy that. Yeah, it's pure posturing. That's all it is. I love Vashir music.
I have many, many wares.
Could you not aggro something for 5 seconds so I can finish vendoring? Thanks.
May your feet find good trails.
I just realized I should probably hit this button.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
No, yeah, no. The more I understand the fact that your overall point is forcing the player into a situation, the more that makes sense. I have to admit, that is something that that is fundamentally something I can't agree with, is forcing the player into a situation. So, I get it at that point. A journey isn't necessarily a waste of time, Uthor. What I don't like is having my time wasted. If there's a journey I take and I enjoy that journey, then that's not a waste of time, right? If there's a journey I take and I just want to get to the destination, then that is a waste of my time. That's why I like optional stuff like that. That's why I like flying mounts. Back. Yep. I mean, at that point, all you're doing is agreeing with me, Luthor. It is not a waste of time, because you didn't waste your time. If you... Let me think of an exact example. Let me try not to... Let me not come up with an analogy. Let me come up with a specific. Pokemon tutorials. Actually, that's not a bad one. Okay. This is a bad example, but it's the first one that came to mind. Let's say for a moment that I want to get to Hellfire Peninsula to start questing there. Because I'm apparently on crack or something. So, if I then decide to, you know... I just want to get there. I just want to get there. So I talk to the NPC, and he teleports me to the Hellfire Peninsula, and I'm there, and I'm good to go, right? And that's awesome, because that's exactly what I wanted. But let's say for a moment I want to enjoy the journey. So instead I fly out to Blasted Lands, demount, and walk through the Dark Portal. That is wasted time, but it's not wasted time, obviously. That's the point I'm trying to make. It was me taking time out of my existence to enjoy something. And yeah, this brings back up the fast travel debate again, but as far as I'm concerned, there's no debate there. There never has been. Yeah, time spent versus time wasted, exactly. I mean, hell, what I'm doing right now is arguably that. Because I could actually be at the point where I could be smashing through these quests 5 or 6 times faster than I'm doing right now. But that's not the point, is it? That's not what I want to do, and that's not what I'm here for. You can argue that's part of my job, but who made it my job? I mean, that was the argument against flying mounts for years, Lord Airmont. An argument they lost. We'll show off BFD. We just won't review it for Kata, that's all. Just means I have to take my notes a little bit differently. Do I have... I do not. You know why I liked flying mounts before dragon flying, Luthor? There's actually 2 reasons. And 3. But the big one, by far, is they made travel faster. It is nice to just get from point A to point B when my only goal is to get from point A to point B. The other 2 things are a lot of zones look better from the air, and every now and again it's nice to have the ability to just kind of move through an area strategically. Is faster better by default? Define. If your goal is to take time, then take your time. That's what I do. Whenever we start a new expansion, me and Pax, we don't use flying mounts. We just roam around and enjoy. Something FF14 mandates. What? No, I've got it right here. Oh, I have to cook it first. Oh my god. I have to go to the... quests. Let me phrase this slightly differently. If there was no option to do anything other than, you know, fast flying, that would suck. In my opinion. I can actually use a specific example of that. I don't even have to use a hypothetical. Because I've played Starfield.
Strength and honor. Strength. Dabu.
Let's grab this while we're here.
Thrall Hull. Go with honor. Speak, friend. Be safe.
That's true. Death Stranding's right there. Anyways, so yeah, Starfield, right? Sorry. Specific example. I've not only played Starfield, I've reviewed Starfield. I will admit I have not 100% reviewed Starfield, and I never will at this point. Because holy crap. But anyways, in Starfield, there is no option to go the slow way. If you want to fly to another system, or if you want to pilot your way around, yeah, exactly, as Miristar. Or if you want to, you know, get in your buggy, which now exists, didn't exist at launch. If you want to do anything else in order to be able to experience that game, sucks to be you. That game has fast travel and walking. And that's it. And walking can't even get you far. Like, if you walk outside of one of the central capital towns, you will find a vast, empty, barren space of nothing. If you want to go to some place that actually has something to explore, you have to fast travel. That sucks. So there. Specific example of what I'm talking about. I can even then use in immediate contrast, Oblivion. In Oblivion, if I can fast travel, which I can to any node on the map, that's awesome. Especially since some of those nodes are there automatically, which is also good design. Basically all the major towns are there. But also, as you explore the map, you get more fast travel spots, so you're actually directly rewarded for that. However, there's also nothing preventing you from literally walking around. In fact, it's essentially mandatory because you have to explore in order to go to places. And I suppose that's a logical thing. So, Oblivion hits probably what I'd say is the actual perfect sweet spot of fast travel for me. Breath of the Wind has very good fast travel too, although Breath of the Wind has weirdly good traversal for what it is. Oblivion is also fairly dense. That's a good point too. Hi, J. Palmer. God damn it. Go away. Not you, J. Palmer. This stupid Hydra. Unless you are this Hydra, in which case, feel free to tell me. I can take it. Are you a Hydra, J. Palmer? So, is a game improved by having faster means of... Oh, hang on. If a game is improved by having faster means of travel, is that a flaw in the game design? That's a fascinating question, actually. I suppose by absolute default, I would have to say no. Because first of all, I have kind of a default positive for good fast travel design. You know, it's almost always something that tends to give positives to gameplay. Because it improves my enjoyment and experience with the game. Having that kind of an option, yay. You say, the world isn't engaging enough, you doesn't feel the desire to rush through it. Sometimes I want to rush through it. Sometimes I'm doing this specific... Yeah, go ahead, Uthor. Sometimes I'm doing Quest A. You know? Sometimes I want to see what's around that corner. Sometimes I really, really need to get to this one other spot, you know? They would have issues going to the bathroom, the narrative. I'm joking. That's a joke. Yeah, don't hold that in. That's not healthy, Uthor. So I suppose by default, yes, I would say. If a game is improved by having faster travel, or I guess, I'm sorry, it's no. Is that a flaw in game design? No. Like, let me use another specific example rather than speaking in generics. Grand Theft Auto 5 has a fast travel system. It's actually a surprisingly good fast travel system. To talk it out, for those of you who haven't played GTA 5, you whip out your cell phone. You're like, yo. And then you can call in a cab, and the cab takes you to, like, you can place a marker on the map, and it gets you as close to that marker as you can. So it's not just a fast travel system, it's a fast travel from anywhere to roughly anywhere. It's a really, really good fast travel system. I almost never use it, because why would I? It's GTA 5, and one of the things I enjoy most about that game is driving around and enjoying experiencing the game. And that is an excellent fast travel system, an option that exists in case I have any particular desire to just get from point A to point B. Does that make sense?
Blood and thunder.
Nice work, Orc. Yeah, whatever.
For the Horde.
What? We have urgent need for good shamans at Hellscream's watch, but before you're dispatched, there remains something that needs to be done here. Most of our perishable goods were lost at sea due to the Alliance attacks. Yeah, I noticed the giant burning ships and the naval battle that just happened off the shore there.
What do you need? Strength.
Nope.
Go with honor. For the Horde.
By the way, the name of that quest was Lousy Piece of Ship. Oh, I'm sorry, Brandon. Do I enjoy flying this game? I do, actually. I love dragon flying. I'm going to go ahead and be fully honest. I did not enjoy regular old flying. I mean, it's easy to even show off. Here, let me just switch styles really quick here, because I can do that, because it's a toggle. I didn't like this. This was do this. Hands off the keyboard. God, it's so slow. Yeah, this was just getting from point A to point B. I liked it because it was faster and it could bypass terrain. Dragon flying is actually enjoyable. And not just because it's fast. In fact, going back to that GTA comparison I just made, it actually feels like driving in GTA 5. It feels actually fun and engaging to dragonfly. Pop some of these. We're actually going to take some damage. There we go. Yep, those 3 stags had 1 stake. Oh, that's the wrong document. I need the other document. Here we go. Probably the worst zone so far, by the way. I know we've been talking about everything other than zone we're in, but this is just a weirdly bad zone. Drop rates are too low. The X of Ys are too high. The guidance is terrible. I agree with you on that completely, by the way, Wrecker Spirit. In fact, once again, I hate to go back to the well. But Starfield is the perfect example of your point. Or excuse me, what I presume is your point. Because they clearly treated fast travel as the default in Starfield. It was the only in Starfield. And you get that idea, right? You get that vibe that they presumed that no player would ever actually want to go out and explore. I mean, again, they didn't have a vehicle in the game initially, right? So your options were walk or fast travel. And it's like, what? And I don't know about you, but as I just gave away, but based on my thoughts on Oblivion, I kind of like getting out and just walking and enjoying the trip. That's something I actually engage with. Now, in Starfield, there was nothing to see, so mixed blessings, but, like, imagine for a moment that there were some manually crafted, well-designed areas in Starfield. Imagine there were places worth exploring in Starfield. Yeah, that's... I will admit, if there's one thing that I think fundamentally taints my reviews, it's that I tend to be extremely player choice and extremely pro options. And I know that that's a philosophical thing, which I'm just going to straight up disagree with certain people on. I am the kind of person who will enjoy something, fundamentally and objectively enjoy something more, when it is my choice to do it, rather than the game forcing me to do it.
What do you need? Down.
Here's your venison.
Strength.
Into the fray with you. Hellscream's Watch is one of our most contentious fronts in Ashenvale. The experience should serve you well, assuming you survive. When you've made ready, speak with Andruk. Okay, so that was a little quicker than I thought. Anybody want to hit up BFD? And I want that one. Just while we're here, kind of run through it really quick. BFD, Black Fathom Deeps. Sometimes referred to as Black Fathom Depths. No, Bragwin. Just go ahead and hop in. I don't even care. I don't even care. We cannot do these dungeons at level. There's no reason to even try. So we're just along to see the sights and see the story. Oh god, I don't remember where the summoning stone is actually. And I should have Rector's Beards. Oh, there he is. You know what? Actually, Rector's Beard, you just made me think of something. If you'll forgive me for the divergence for a moment. When I first played... no kidding, what am I on? When I very first played Skyrim, well, the first thing I did was I roamed around, because I liked roaming around. In fact, I can actually name 2 previous BRPGs that I enjoyed roaming around in. Oblivion and Fallout 3. Now, Fallout 3 had the Freaks system, which helped with that, but you get the point, right? I liked roaming. I liked exploring in those games. So I started doing that in Skyrim. And I don't remember exactly when, but I remember I stopped doing that in Skyrim. Like, there was a point at which I just was like... because there was no point in it, right? There was no actual benefit to roaming around, and there wasn't really anything to see. Sorry, I should be clear about my terminology. When I say benefit, I mean, like, even something as simple as, hey, that's cool, would qualify as a benefit in this case. Or, you know, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what's over there. Oh, it's a swamp. It's a really, really big swamp with nothing in it. Sure, 5. Oh, there's summoning stones right here. Yeah, there's no village of invisible people. You remember that quest in Oblivion? It's barely even a quest. It's like one quest. But there's a village of people who are invisible. I felt rewarded for stumbling into that in Oblivion, right? Like, that was the treat. That was the, oh, that's awesome. I found something cool. Also, if I could just give an opinion, I know I'm going to get flack for this. I think Oblivion looks better than Skyrim. So even on a brickwork sense, you know, just enjoying the visuals, I like roaming in Oblivion because it looks good. Skyrim has never looked good for me, and I have always had trouble putting into words exactly why. Because Skyrim is objectively a higher fidelity game in terms of graphics and design. It's just, I don't like the look of it. I never have. You know? I don't think we could summon you or anybody. This is now a cross-faction group. You can do dungeons, raids, Torghast, woohoo!
Perhaps we could do Torghast. Yeah, I know you are, Bragwin. I'm time walking. It looks like I'm the only one who's time walking, so I can't help summon anyone. Well, no, exactly, Loke. It's just a personal taste thing. And I've never had the ability to properly enumerate why. In my head, I would say that Skyrim looks dirty, but that's a really vague, imprecise, like a gut kind of a feeling answer, you know what I mean? That doesn't really answer why I prefer Oblivion's looks, or even Fallout 3's looks for that matter, over Skyrim. It's not like Skyrim doesn't have variety to its biomes, too. It's just, But that brings me to Fallout 4, because someone earlier asked, I think it was Jay Palmer, asked about Fallout 4. And I gotta bring Fallout 4 up in my memory here really quick. Oh, Fallout in general. Well, I mean, obviously Fallout 3 is great for roaming and exploring. Same with Fallout New Vegas, while we're on the subject. 4? Because I'll specifically compare it to 4, because 4 is the one that's most like Starfield. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating reviewing Skyrim and not giving any brickwork positives, because I don't know how to do that for a game like that. Maybe that's part of it. Like, I tend to appreciate things that are not trying to look realistic. Just as a general approach. The number of games that are trying for photorealistic that I actually enjoy is pretty small. Visually, I mean. Obviously, there's Red Dead Redemption 2. Duh. One of the best looking game ever made. I guess GTA 5, while we're on the subject. Yeah, I could see several Call of Duties there. Modern Warfare 1, Modern Warfare 2. Well, we're not there yet, Loke. You can argue with me when we get there. I've heard it used, Lunaruth. A little random of a question. I love this. I have to go through here solo because... Do I prefer old or new BFD? So if you know anything about me whatsoever, you know that I'm always going to prefer the new stuff when it comes to WoW. Always! Sorry, what? I knew what you meant, Sweetling. I said Sweetling. For real, though, like, old BFD was a nothing burger. New BFD is a dungeon. I'll take the dungeon. Old BFD was a vanilla dungeon. Actually, that's a better way to phrase that. Now, everyone other than Riker's Beard and Huthor, name one good vanilla dungeon in this game. You say Sunken Temple, you're fired. Now, I know you're trolling, Valerian. Here's 2 corridors that have a few trash packs and a couple of mobs that have slightly more health than usual. That's not a dungeon. Ubris I might give you. Okay, let's see if we can run the rest of the way. I don't know, I could debate Zul'Farrak. But Vanilla Shadowfang? Oh my god. So, Bragwin here. Actually, I did, Jay Palmer. As a mage, specifically. Okay, hang on. I actually missed something from the tutorial, and I do actually want to go reread it. Instrumental play versus free play. Instrumental play involves the interaction of players against prescribed rules of the game world and systems it imposes, a bounding box. Part of the compelling element is exercising your agency in those confines. If you disallow fast travel, part of the gameplay becomes trying to minimize downtime, increasing efficiency in travel. So
Hey man, help us! The Twilight's Hammer be fixing to sacrifice our green hides!
Yes, this is a Warlord's Dungeon, so there's going to be voice acting. It's why the idea of having the option to not Skyring doesn't mean it... Hang on. It's why the idea that just because I have the option of not Skyring doesn't mean it's the same as being forced into using a ground mount. That's true. For example, in Classic, which is a perfect game with zero flaws, if I need to travel to the opposite continent, I need to consider routes to get there. I have to think about whether it might be faster to go by Pretty Bay or Zeppelin, or maybe I could find a mage. In retail, there's no consideration. I use any of my billion Hearthstone items, go to city, and click through the portals, and done. Does that make sense? Yes. But unfortunately... Stab! Alright, we're done. Okay, cool. What prediction did I make, Pillars of Stone?
How you doing, man?
This globe is most disturbing. Many of the more powerful elementals receive their power and energy through such devices. To find one this nearly intact is one thing. To find it so tainted is another. Oh, see, this globe is studied properly by the Earthen Ring.
Okie dokie.
You don't meet the requirements for that quest. Okay, let's try that again.
Relax.
Yeah, sorry, that's a bug I've been running into lately. We'll grab that one.
See ya later.
It's another shield. I already have shields. I need a one-hander.
Later.
How are you?
We barely escaped the Twilight Hammer sacrificial altar, but others be needing help deeper in. If the blood ritual be complete, they be unleashing Akumai the Devourer. Don't let's have another shield!
You be careful, man.
Alright, so let's run over this place like it's not even here.
Find them, you imbeciles! Lord...
You should be honored, fools! Your blood will feed Akumai, the destroyer of Azeroth!
So this is a sneak peek of what Warlord's dungeons are going to be like, by the way. We're going to be running through them with no gameplay. Yeah, thanks, Blizz. But at least there's some frickin' story going on. Voice acting, events, etc. Run free. Wait a minute, we just saved Horde.
Murder the prisoners! Their flesh belongs to Lord Bathael!
Oh my god, the NPCs can make the jumps.
The water is fine!
I actually like that way that they show off the, the fish that eat you. I can't think of names. In the water there. Good morning, Ross. Piranhas, thank you. Alright, how many of you knew people who had troubles making these jumps back in the day? So much so that we even added a shortcut so the players don't have to do it anymore. Are there bosses over there now? There are. It's Gamera.
Magic is useless, Gamora. Soon you will be under my power. Then I shall unleash your fury on these meddling heroes. Wait! Wait, it's too soon! No!
Oh, she's dead. And yes, his name is Gamera. I don't think to add to that. Cool boss fight that I can't review. No, that was a good scream. That actress deserves some praise for that. So, something the Twilight like to do, because this is the Twilight Hammer, by the way, is they like to go ahead and be like, you know what, I'm going to corrupt you, and then you're going to work for me. Problem is, what corruption usually involves doing is really, really pissing off something that's strong. So if that corruption breaks, or if your control breaks early, well, that's something that's strong probably isn't going to like you very much. I know, that's shocking. It's just, these are the kind of hard-hitting statements I like to make on my show. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to do BFD. Like, maybe it was just something they wanted to do in the background? I don't know.
No, please! I don't want to die like this!
Oh my god, that poor guy. No, wait. I'll save you. I'll save you.
Who dares?
Oh no! I can't save you.
Slay them!
I can't save him. I can't save him now. No! I can't do enough DPS to save him. Oh god. Oh, okay, he's safe. He's safe. Oh, that was the last second. Holy crap. So yeah, in case you missed that, they were, like, lowering him into some wailing tentacles. And there's Blessings of the Black Fathom. Gotta have that. Yeah, like, at least Ubris and Warlords made sense, because it was part of the Warlord story arc. And launch event, actually. Listen, Loke, all I'm saying is that Skyrim looks like total garbage, and anyone who likes it is literally Stalin. It gets weird, Uthor. We actually tried that early on as a way to do it, and Quest Sync is not super great. It's definitely needing a few bug polishing passes. A Linux native client, so you can use ray tracing and reflex boost. Of all the things you want me to do when I take over the world, you want me to make Blizzard release a Linux-based WoW client. Let's see. No. That's your one wish. Everyone gets one. You get one wish item. Reminds me of a joke I need to look up now. I was actually meaning to look up this joke earlier and I forgot because I'm stupid. There's a fun question. If you can make one change, one small change, to WoW, but it's a change that's just done and it's implemented properly in the manner that you prescribe, which would you go with? I'd have to think about that for my change. Because, like, for example, I couldn't add the roulette system, because the roulette system is too big. It's more like 5 or 6 or 7 different things, all of which kind of combine to improve the dungeoning experience. Make it a single-player game. I mean, it kind of already is. Pretty close to it.
What precious treasures, my Morlocks?
What? Guys, I'm seeing things. I'm seeing things. Oh, God. While we wait, I'm going to try and find this stupid joke I wanted to share.
Akumai, kill them all.
Oh, Jesus. This is a good fight, too. Oh, now I get a two-hander. I've been struggling to get a one-hander this whole time, but I just get a two-hander. Fine, whatever, I'll take it. There it is, I found it. Okay, this joke is for you specifically, Luthor. Okay, so Sisyphus is rolling a boulder towards the Grand Hilbert Hotel. The hotel has an infinite number of rooms, but they're all full, so they might not be able to accommodate him or his boulder. If you choose to divert him, his boulder will destroy the ship of Theseus. But the ship has all of its constituent parts replaced, so it may not be the same ship. Is Sisyphus happy? I think WoW will ever come out on console. I'm shocked it hasn't already. Although, they are talking about... Whoa there! They are talking about how they're kind of walking away from the Xbox existing, so who knows.
The intruders are still alive! Stop them! The ritual must not be disturbed!
I mean, yeah, Sony won the console wars a while ago. That's nothing new, really.
Fall back to the sanctum! Lord Bathael's ritual must not be disturbed! Throck, do not let them pass! Throck, what? Target treasure!
Alright, Clark, let's get your treasure.
You wrecked Throck's catch of legendary Guardian Crab! Throck fillet, you know! Ha! This cat's been too pure! Throck, what? Guardian treasure!
Sorry. No treasure for you. 'Cause you're dead. Yeah, Nintendo. Whoa. Oh, oh God. Oh God. Ahem. Hi.
I was hoping you would make it to me. Now I get the pleasure of... I delayed you long enough. Akamai will rise.
Yeah, the console wars are hysterical because Nintendo has won every single console war by doing the same thing, not competing. Alright, Uther, what do you got? How much is it healing for? Your flash of light. 5. 800. In what direction, Uther? Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. I have glimpsed the void. Almost got feared through the wall.
You are too late, heroes. The summoning of Akamai is complete.
So, fun fact. Obviously, this is Circa Warlords.
You will not live long enough to behold his glory. Finish them!
But for a bit there, when leveling through Kata, this was your first shot at seeing an Ascendant. We'll talk about them much later. Like, much, much later.
Before I kill you, know this, heroes. Akamai will devour this world!
That's a good question, though.
One nothing, fools! Akamai arises!
Our herald, Akamai, arises from the depths. You have earned the honor of being the first
I'm not sure if that's N'Zoth's voice actor either. Kind of hard to tell with the level of modulation they do. That's N'Zoth. I mean, it quite literally has to be N'Zoth. Oh, God, help! 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 Because he's the only one that's still alive. But, yeah, no, it's N'Zoth. They actually confirmed that. Not that I'm aware of, Ross, but he could be somewhere. Yeah, I remember when Akamai was just a plain old Hydra. Whoop, 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 whoop. And now she's the Pandaria Hydra. Hi, Akamai. He is in StarCraft, yes. I'll kill you, Akamai. I'll kill you. Oh, God. My attacks, they do nothing. It's okay. I can Ah! There we go. Oof, that was rough. Tough fight, tough fight.
Savor this victory.
Hey there.
Oh, that was amazing. The old gods be thinking twice before they try taking another bite out of you, Mon. Yeah. Thanks, I think.
Stay away from the voodoo.
And there's an exit portal. Boop. Wait, this is an exit portal? This isn't an exit portal at all! Sorry, I'm sorry.
Don't be shy.
Bragwin, why do you have hair and a dress? Why do you have a top hat? Why do I have, like, a silly hat? Ah! What in the world? This buff is called Transmurked, by the way. Mer looking good in your altered body. Okay. Excuse me. I swore there was actually an exit portal here. I guess not, though.
Talk to me.
Well, time to walk out, then. So anyways, I did actually like that, even from a narrative perspective. I mean, it's a Warlord's dungeon. Of course, I liked it from a narrative perspective. How did they do it, Jay Palmer? Actually, you know what? A portal to Orgrimmar would probably unironically be faster if you could summon it. You have to pay real money per quest you accept. Oh my god, I was joking about that the other day. Oh, wow. That's awful. Yeah, Bragwin says she looks like Kermit murdered Miss Piggy and stole her clothes. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Huh. So I do know who Vidhar is. Morphail is apparently some rando boss. Interesting. Thank you for joining me for the group, as usual. Yeah, I can hear it now. That I've never put that together. I never knew that was him. Oh, God damn it! Hang on. Where's Bragwin? Where's Bragwin? Yeah, that right there is why every single individual dungeon gets negative StarCraft. Well, I should break that down. Alright, sorry, dude. Where's Bragwin? There she is. Alright, let's see the dance. I'm ready. I'm ready. All eyes wait for Bragwin to start dancing. Oh god, yeah, she's doing the, it's the dance from Karazhan, from New Karazhan. Ignore the undead Zandalari. They're fine, they're fine. It is truly a thing of beauty. Okay. So, you know me, Huthor. You know that I prefer insane, crazy ideas that no one would ever actually implement, right? So hear me out. What if we baked in standardized stats, and then changed how every other stat functions completely? I know what you're thinking. What? In what ways? Well, that's admittedly the problem. I don't have any ideas off the top of my head. Well, like, for example, item level could directly lead to increased int as a mage, or strength, or agility. Your primary stats, as they are right now. That's practically how it is anyway, so that's not really much of a change. Same thing with stamina, most likely. So stamina and your primary stat, that's just baked into item level. Too much of WoW's infrastructure in terms of how they do damage calculations and formulas is dependent upon your primary stats. I wouldn't change that. Like, that's literally how you get stronger. No, I mean, like, change how the other stats work. Maybe invent other stats. Yeah, I know you disagree with me, Huthor. It's okay. It's okay. Water's wet. I get it. Like, Leech was an interesting idea they didn't do anything with. And I also liked armor penetration as a concept, which they just screwed over completely. Biggest holy crap moment in WoW? Oh, I don't know.
What are you looking for?
In a good way or a bad way?
For the Horde.
In a bad way. I think the single biggest moment that made me want to put the game down wasn't even in Shadowlands, it was actually in BFA. It was a scene where Sylvanas was mwahaha evil and everyone just kind of went along with it. And you probably know the moment I'm talking about because I've been referencing it ever since it happened. Let's finish up Ashenvale, shall we?
Sug.
You come here as a child. You shall leave as a battle-hardened shaman of the Horde. I'm still a Murloc. You shall leave as a battle-hardened shaman or a corpse.
Go with honor.
Delays! I was told this goblin was brilliant. He'd come up with gadgets sure to shock the enemy into submission. So far he's produced nothing but empty promises. If he comes up empty-handed again, I'm going to toss him off the cliff.
Go forth.
Yep, that's how you treat your engineers. That's a great way. We're definitely the bad guys. Again, this is Hellscream's forces, so of course it is. Conviction decreases mana cost for spells, increases regen in combat, increases out of combat regen, increases chance to resist mental attacks. I like it. Let's do it. Implement. Done. You know what? Here's another old stat that I wouldn't mind bringing back. It's related to that and maybe supplanted by that. MP5.
Who you be?
Me kinfolk were traveling here with this many sacred charms, but the Thistlefer attacked and killed them before they reached Zoromgar. Vile furbogs. I miss me brothers and sisters who were killed, but we'll meet again. However, the troll charms hold great value in this world. It's an outrage the furbogs have to go get them and then kill them for me. Okay. Go play FF14 if you want basic stats, Hero.
Time is money, friend.
Let me tell you something, Shaman. Boss man simply doesn't appreciate the art and craftsmanship that goes into making fine explosives.
Be good.
I'm definitely on to something here. I have enough volatile elements salvaged from our arsenal to make the explosives Golgoth wants, but I need to stabilize it. Well, I need some clay. I need moon-kissed clay. Okay.
Keep it real.
I can get that.
Yes.
The Thistlefur furbogs are threatening our expansion. Their village to the west blocks our way between us and Splinter Tree. It's a path that would circumvent the village of Astronar. Without it, we give the Alliance an extra expansion path. We must not allow an expansion path gap. Get it? So go kill them. To my knowledge, shamans can turn themselves into whatever the hell they want to. Like, there's no lore thing that limits them to Ghost Wolf.
Strength and honor.
Our forces are not ready to assault Astronar just yet. They know we're coming, though. They're not content to sit and wait for us. At the base of this cliff, they've created a camp from which they launch bothersome attacks by the light of the moon. Go kill them, too. Night Elves can't be shaman because... Night Elves actually can't turn themselves into animals, Elizar. Druids can. But there's plenty of druids that are not Night Elves. Hey, Mr. Red. We've been asking a question. I'm still chewing on my own answer to this. If you could make one change, and you can only make one change to WoW, what would you make? I'm torn because my most wanted change is more like 5 or 6 changes. Yeah, of course there's elven druids in Warcraft 3, because druids can shape change. Night Elves cannot shape change. Druids can shape change. Why do I have an admirer? What in the world? Yeah, Night Elves have nothing really preventing them from being shamans. Although I suppose that's a bit of a thing, because we do actually encounter Night Elven shamans called the Druids of the Flame. That's not a joke. Opening up transmog is a good idea for a 1-pit. Now I gotta pick something else, because that is a good pick, Mr. Red. See, the problem is that's 2 changes at a minimum, Lord Harriman. Like, for example, let's say we backport follower dungeons right now. Problem? All that means is old dungeons are going to be the same face roll, it's just you can do the face roll by yourself rather than with a group. That's better than what it is right now, but that's not what I want. Overworld difficulty options. No, I'm kidding. I mean, if they backport follower dungeons, at least players have the option to experience the story of the old dungeons. That is not nothing. That is better than 0, you know? I might have to pick that as my default. The other thing I was debating is fixing time walking, but that also is not a single change. Like, time walking is very, very band-aidy right now. Twine and duct tape over spaghetti.
Of course he deserved to be evil, Elazar, because after all, we need a boss, right? We can't have a boss without him. I mean, we don't have Pethelius the Calculator right over there. Pethelian, excuse me, the Calculator right over there. He can't be the boss. Nobody recognizes him. It must be Kael'thas. Remove seasonal progression. I'm curious what you would replace it with, if that makes any sense. Like, when you say replace it, or remove it, excuse me, like, what do you envision? Like, you're in the office, you're at the meeting, and you're telling all the Blizzard devs, okay, this is how you're going to do this. Because, yeah, as Huthor says, there's always been a seasonal thing to WoW. They just call it that now. Maybe always is an over-exaggeration, but you get the point. Since BC, there's been a seasonal progression thing. Well, that's exactly what it sounds like, J. Palmer. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Season 2 starting, like, in 2 days now? Yeah, you see why I asked the question that way, because it's not like I disagree with the idea. It's just, you know, what do we do instead? Or how do we restructure that? So mythics are part of the seasons, obviously. Any new gear catch-up things, that's part of the season. There's usually seasonal specific stuff for like, oh God, I don't remember what's called. Like you've got your seasonal rating for mythic, you've got your seasonal rating for PvP. Almost every season involves pushing forward how you can upgrade gear and how you can get new gear, for that matter. I'm mostly going off of Dragonflight, because we haven't had a second season yet in War Within, although we're about to. Sorry, Magister. Sorry. You probably have heard about this stuff, whether you've realized it or not. So the reason I say it's been in the game since BC is, think about it this way. Back in BC, it's like, all right, you do dungeons, okay, and then you progress up to heroic dungeons. But then there's a patch, and the patch adds a new tier of rating, which has better gear. Yep, we'll do that in a second. And then usually that new patch contains something else you can do on the side. Maybe new quests, maybe new story, maybe new mechanics. Like, for example, in BC, they added the badges. They added new gear you could buy with the badges of heroism, or whatever the hell they were called. And those new badges were... The new badge gear was better, and that continued all the way up to Keldanis when the opening of the Sunwell, which had Magister's Terrace, new gear level. The new badge stuff in the vendor in Keldanis, which was very good gear. That was actually raid level gear. And then there was the actual new raid Sunwell itself, right? And there's your progression. There's your season. They didn't call it that, but that was what it was. Wrath is even more obvious about that. The easiest way to explain Wrath, is it Racker's Beard? I thought it was starting with 1.07 or 11.07. The easiest way to explain Wrath is think about a heroic dungeon at launch versus a heroic dungeon once you got to the point of Citadel, the final patch. Excuse me. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to be streaming old stuff anyways. I'm going to be one of those weirdos who actually likes older content. So now I'm getting conflicting info here. I still have the hat on as a frickin' wolf. Okay, so never mind. We're not getting our new season until like February or whenever that is. Undermine. You still have a little bit more time to kill Zekfir. No, that's fine. I thought it was next week too. I don't really pay attention to that because I'm not part of the seasonal crowd. It only really matters for me for being able to push my gear a little bit higher to be able to do current content a little bit better. Like, it's nice to have higher tier gear to be able to go do, say, Shadowlands raids a little bit better. Or Dragonflight raids a little bit better, for example. Who are you? You're no furbog. They're cursed. They thought I was a bear and captured me, and now they starve me. Help me escape, then speak with my sister. Okay, I'll help you out. Oh, neck. Yeah, I've had a weird cycle for a long time. Since Warlords, I think. No, that's not true. Since Legion? No, that's still not true. I guess since BFA. I guess it hasn't been that long. I look forward to being at the end of an expansion, because that way I can enjoy the raid content of the previous expansion. I was gonna say, you realize I'm a warlock with a murloc, different than a warlock, although only slightly, with a giant two-handed axe. Yep. Oh, hello. Ooh, okay. A warlock. Yeah, I love how they keep saying that as a big feature. Whoa, you can be a half-elf now. Okay. Yeah, I know. Arathi. We'll see what they do with the Arathi. So far, my reaction to the Arathi is a fairly strong meh. I mean, don't mistake me. I do like the third zone in War Within quite a bit. But hey, there's a whole other super death empire on the other side of the planet you've just never seen. That's so big and powerful, and it's filled with all the remnants of the human kingdoms, who are also apparently half-elves, because they've got elves over there too. I know we've never even mentioned them even once ever, but they're totally there. What? Look, I don't mind retcons, really, but like, suddenly coming out with something out of absolutely nowhere that's always been there tends to grate me the wrong way. Good morning, Spartan. Considering they say they have plans well past, what is that, 13? Who knows, Reckersbeard? What would I do? Oh, jeez. That's a tough one. Of course you do, Thor. Water's wet, we get it. And you're fine, Spartan. I'm not even sure what you're apologizing for, to be honest with you. I mean, honestly, yeah, like, I think WoW should stop. And they should continue Warcraft in other mediums. I really do, unironically, actually think that. God, this escort quest. Whoops, that's the wrong document. Oh, you're fine, Spartan. I mean, you're at a wedding, dude. Come on. You don't need to explain to me. Oh, it'll never happen. It will literally never happen. My grandkids, which totally exist. They're from Canada. Don't worry about it. You're gonna be like, Daddy or Grandpappy, can you help me do this latest raid in patch 837? Oh my god. Oh my god! No! 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 What is this nonsense? Where did this come from? All of a sudden, death. That, you know what? That's true, Lenirith. Still in combat with something. Oh, there it goes. Jesus. That was going to be right at the end, too. Do you see where the quest complete is? That was going to piss me off. It's Teldrassil, Elazar. It has not come yet. It will not come for several weeks. God damn it, Wrecker's Beard. Alright, fantasy question. If you could get WoW to continue in any other setting of your choice. When you say setting, you mean like, medium? I assume? Also, you win, Wrecker's Beard. Ashenvale sucks in Canada. That's not really a win, because it sucked more in vanilla, but God, this is not a great zone. Ugh. The good news is we're on the second to last quest hub? Kind of the last quest hub. Oh, so, like... So, actually... IP hopping. Okay. StarCraft. I am not joking. I'm afraid I haven't heard of that, Elizar, but happy Saints Day? I'm not sure what to call that. Actually, yeah, I would agree with that, Pillars of Stone. Also, the scene, pretty much the next cutscene after that, which is on Argus. Everything is just hurting all of a sudden. Jesus. Like, I'm not complaining, I just wasn't expecting having to pay attention. It's great. It almost wasn't great. That was going to be terrible. Yeah, I noticed we're suddenly having BFA music just out of nowhere. Probably because War of Thorns. Of course it did, Huthor! One of the best cutscenes in the game, and you're like, ugh. I just... Okay, I give up. No, no. Letting it go. Letting it go. We're good. Huthor watched the Lord of the Rings movies and thought, ugh, this is such drivel. It's clearly reductive of the Hobbit cartoon. Which, of course, Huthor loved the Hobbit cartoon. Yeah, no, I'm not messing with that. Run into the water. Okay, we're good, we're good. Listen, Bilbo Baggins, greatest little hobbit of them all. There's the real BFA music. I was waiting for that. I think it's neither, isn't it, Jay Palmer? Isn't it the only difference is the Uruk-hai can go out during the daylight? I'm actually not that much of a Lord of the Rings expert, so I don't know. I would like to know, Huthor. I do think you're trolling, and I don't believe you. But I would like to hear why you think that's a bad cutscene. Or I guess you said it annoys you. Sorry, that's me putting words in your mouth. I apologize. Why does it annoy you? I'm ready. I'm ready. This is it. It's gonna be because Illidan's left eyebrow twitches. No, I've got it. It's because it has continuity. Like, it's such a wonderful follow-through of the events of all of Legion. In fact, it's actually a follow-through of the entirety of Warcraft from, I'd say, Warcraft 2 up to that moment. I'm going to just bury that scene in pauses when we get there because it is such a significant moment in so many ways. I am ready. I'm ready. Ready as I'll ever be. Yeah, I know what you meant, J. Palmer. But, like, I'm apparently the wrong person to ask this, because I didn't know there was any difference other than the good God and Sunlight thing. So ask someone in chat who knows. I am not the person to ask that, apparently. Like, I don't want to bury the lead too much here. One of the predominant points of all of Warcraft's story, is really from Warcraft 3 onwards, is that we cannot defeat the Burning Legion. That we never do, actually, defeat the Burning Legion. All we do is delay. All we do, at every single point in time, is constantly fall back or delay their invasion, and we deal with it again another day. We kick the can down the road. First invasion, yep, that was during the War of the Ancients, and all we did was seal the portal. Second invasion, Warcraft 3, yep, all we did was actually successfully stop Archimond. De-summoned Archimond. And of course, the third invasion, all we were going to do was seal the portal. If you pay attention, and I don't blame you if you don't, the story is we need to seal the portal and prevent the invasion, not defeat the Legion. Illidan's primary focus is and has been since he first found out about the true nature of the Legion to try and find a way to actually permanently defeat the Legion. Him opening that portal is actually a perfect mirror of his statement from all the way back in Frozen Throne. Sometimes the hand of fate must be forced. No more retreats, no more second guesses, no more nothing. Sink or swim. It's such a great moment. It's even built up, if you pay attention. Even in the game, even if we ignore the book for a second. Because in the book, Illidan actually managed to cause permanent damage to a Legion planet, which, and I do stress permanent because he blew it up in the Nether. Yeah, casually Illidan blowing up planets in books. He only did it to one planet, in the interest of fairness. But even ignore that, even in the game, his whole shtick is he needs the Sargerite Keystone. And he needs it because of what it is and how it operates, and then he uses it properly. And it's just, oh, it's so good. That's probably the best cutscene in the game for me, Wenlock. And that's definitely my favorite oh crap moment. I was not expecting them to go that route with it. I was expecting the bog standard cutscene that we were all dreading ever since the Illidan book was first teased. Ever since the quests in Legion kept talking about him like some chosen savior of the universe thing. And it was just like, well done, Shaman. You've done 50,000 quests and given the game another... Did I give that other negative? I did not. More negatives. Yeah, it's the one we just mentioned, Spartan. I just mentioned, excuse me. I've already made my point, Uthor. I have nothing to add. I do agree that Velen's sigh is a masterclass moment. Extremely well animated and extremely well done. Which is funny because it comes immediately after like a triple negative moment. You know, 3 negatives and then 3 positives, like literal back-to-back there. Your negatives, J. Palmer. Oh, over. That one.
Sug.
Well done, Orc. There's much that needs to be done here. What?
Go with honor.
Already done all your stupid quests.
Eloman.
Did you find the chums? I don't know why I need to read this out loud.
Later.
Moving on.
Yo!
Let's see what you brought me, Orc.
Have a good one.
Oh, this is perfect. Just wait till you see what I can do with this.
Keep it real.
I've done it. This should satisfy even Gogath. We just need a test that'll sufficiently show off our reference. Oh yeah, the wagon. Boss man's wanted me to wanted that rotted out piece of junk hauled off for days.
Have a good one.
All right, let's blow up the wagon, see what happens. Wow, that is... okay. I mean, there's a lot of layers to kill Jaden that they add in Legion, and it really does tie in with the overall theme of Legion.
What do you need?
So Tweedle found a way to get those explosives working. About time.
Dabu.
So he finally came through on the explosives. They couldn't have come at a better time. The elves of Astron are preparing to make a devastating assault on our camp as we speak. Drop our weapon on them from the skies.
Strength.
Okay, I can do that. Maybe I can't. I mean, a WoW cutscene being well animated isn't really that big of a deal after a certain point in time. Sort of becomes the norm. Die, Alliance dogs. You don't belong in this world. Kalimdor is and always will belong to the Hellscream. Hellscream's forces take what they want, even if it's your life. Yeah, you notice we're doing the Horde first. That's because canonically, and even in the game, Horde happens first here. That's also going to be kind of true in the next zone. Horde tends to push, whereas Alliance tends to react. South Barrens, it's more of a back and forth, but yeah. Well, yeah, it's because the Horde is actually a faction. Heyo! Now send me back. Send me back. Come on. There we go. Get me out of here, Mr. Wizard. That's funny. Sorry. Okay.
Loktar!
Your deeds shall live long in the Hellscream's glorious history. Your efforts have dealt a devastating blow to the enemy. Well, one-hander. Yeah, we'll get the 200.
Go forth.
We have the enemy on their heels. Victory is in sight. It's not time to celebrate yet, though. At Rainwood Retreat to the east, a battle has been joined. Reports indicate many Horde wounded.
For the Horde.
What? I'll deal with that later.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, look at him burn. It's revolutionary. A real breakthrough in explosive technology. Which is, of course, the only kind that matters. I'm going to be the envy of every goblin south of Northrend. Believe it or not, I've actually refined the formula to be even more potent. Here, take this stuff to Silverwind. Maybe my cousin can use it to help the Hellscream forces capture their objectives.
Mokra.
Greetings, Shaman. Congratulations on your victorious assault on Ostranar. The elves shall not soon forget the humiliation they have suffered at your hands. But you must know the elves are not the only obstacle to the Horde conquest of Ashenvale. To the east, a shaman requires assistance.
Strength.
That's... okay. They don't, Ross. Ever. So, would you be surprised to learn that I hate that particular section, Uthor? In fact, I plan to give it negatives when we get there. I don't know if I will or not. I never know till I'm there, but the plan is to.
Greetings.
You found my brother. He was captured by Thistlefirst. That's terrible. I thank you for rescuing him. I do not want to think how they treated him. He'll likely need to sleep long after this.
Go in peace.
Yeah, probably. Which Legion raid was my favorite in pure gameplay? Oh, that's actually a tough one. But my knee-jerk thought is Nighthold. See, I find that fascinating, Uthor. Would it surprise you to learn that one of my favorite parts about Illidan's characterization in Legion is that he is not the good guy? And in fact, the game makes it very clear that he is in fact a villainous person. Like, we quite literally play as him and find out how horrible of a person he was. That this is not something coming from the books, you know. Yeah, something about, like, poker? So here's how Garrosh would play poker. Okay, Garrosh, we're going to explain how to play poker. Okay, I'm ready to learn. Alright, so, we need you to, so these are the face cards. Why are they facing me? No. It's because they're facing... I like the Jack. He's got an axe. No. Listen, okay. These face cards have different values. Jack is worth 10. Queen is worth 11. Why is the Queen worth more than the Jack? This game is stupid! And then he picks up his axe, smashes the table, and then walks away.
What do you need?
This is good news, but right now we need more than just good news. These triage kits will be put to good use.
Go forth to victory.
The Dryads die easy enough, but their leader is resurrecting them. As soon as they fall, we face an endless stream of vermin. It's always a great sign when someone refers to another sentient person as vermin. Trump. Oh, excuse me. Keeper Ordanis hides in that mutated tree. Our efforts to fight our way to him have been in vain. Perhaps you could work your way to him while we contend with his dryads.
May your blades never dull.
I like how they straight up imply that we actually conquered Astranar when, yeah. Yeah, name a bad Nighthold boss, and I will call you a liar. What am I in combat with? Okay. I sure hope not, Eliezer. That would be terrible. Yeah, no, that's... Huthor's about to be like, there's this one boss! And it's going to be the best boss in the raid. That's the pattern. I'm ready. I'm ready, Huthor. What is it? What's the worst boss in the Nighthold? This is... I'm going to die. I'm going to run. That's what I'm going to do.
See, the difference between Ashenvale and North Barrens is while both are nice big long zones, I never got bored of North Barrens. By contrast, Ashenvale, I was ready to be done with this place before we went to Zoram Strand. Like, can we be done with this, please?
McGraw.
I've succeeded where I could not. And that's it. That's that quest. All right, next. Like, there's a lot of meandering. There's a lot of X of Ys that have... I'm saying that wrong. Every zone has X of Ys. What I mean by that is they require you to kill too much, or the drop rate is too low, or you have to kill a thing to use a thing to do a thing. You know, stuff like that. Padding, in other words. Oh, there he is. Hey, check it out. It's a goblin with the earthen ring.
What's up?
He stares at you and blinks several times before speaking. The spirits whispered that help would arrive. Pardon my surprise. I was hoping the spirits would send someone a little more heroic. Yeah, sorry, I'm with Hellscream. These elementals are trusted allies. Listen to them and do their bidding. If we fail, there's nothing worthwhile in Ashenvale to fight for.
Have a good one.
No, the Elisand fight was way better about the time thing. Like, holy crap, that was such an awesome feature. One moment, please. Apologies. I mean, my biggest complaint with Tichondrius wasn't that he was a bad fight, because he's a good fight, but rather the fact that they turned, like, the main villain of Warcraft 3 into, you know, that. Like, that's what you're doing with Tichondrius, really? The massive earth elemental gazes down upon you. The flow of lava must be stopped before to prevail. I will grant you a portion of my power. Use it to fill the lava fissures. Lord Magmathar's minions must be dealt with in order to retake this area and put a stop to the fiery destruction of the forests. Yeah, notice even the air is willing to help here. I'm just pointing this out because, again, air is not unified behind Deathwing's forces. Behind the Twilight's Hammer. Behind the Old Gods. Behind N'Zoth. However you want to think of that. Yeah, air kind of does whatever it wants to. Air is probably also the most overtly political of the four elements. Like, they all have elemental politics to some extent or another, but air has a whole court. You know what I mean? Earth is mostly lockstep behind the Earth Mother. She kind of runs the show pretty thoroughly. Fire is very infighting. They're very Sith, as you might imagine. Constantly trying to kill each other and themselves. Water, we don't actually see as much of water as I would like. Yeah, I don't know if that's on purpose or not, Huthor, but it's funny if it is. The Star Augur fight is one of those rare cases where I will definitely be giving positives to it, even for the review. Because of the story axis. I should mention we don't know with total certainty that the Earth Mother is the Earth Mother. I know that sounds strange. You know what I mean, though. Oh god, What's your stupid name? Can't actually think of her name. The Elemental Lord of Earth. But, yeah, no, they're totally the same person. Therazane, thank you. Croesus was interesting to me because it was a unique take on a DPS race. And I like unique takes on things. Like, really, at its core, Croesus is just a DPS race. Plus a little bit of positioning. Yeah, exactly, as Star. I could see your point that he's the weakest boss in there. And then there's Mythic Kil'jaeden. That was a fight. Like I said, it's never been confirmed, Lord Harriman. And maybe, who knows, maybe they're totally different people. If we're being completely honest with ourselves, what's most likely is that there is no such person as a Earth Mother. Just like there is no person as the Sun. It's, Lani, or whatever it is they call her. Anshi? I mean, for the longest time, we weren't sure if Elune even existed. That was only confirmed in Shadowlands. The Earth Mother being Azeroth would make sense. Hey to Quack. I mean, it's not like I disagree, Lunareth, but then again, every other Loa has had some kind of presence or another. And yet, despite having years and years and years of Tauren lore, we've never seen a Loa of the Earth or a Loa of the Sun or anything like that. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me, Stone Mother. That is actually my fault. Apologies. The Stone Mother and the Earth Mother are probably not the same person. Maybe. Who knows? Which one? What Luthor? I will actually freely admit I stopped paying attention to the mythic races after Legion, actually. BFA broke me of that. Unot. Guys, who the hell is Unot? Crucible of Storms. I am glad you managed to get out, to Quack. I am sorry that the fire was caused. I hope most of your stuff wasn't damaged. Crucible of Storms. Crucible of Storms. Huh. I have never done this raid. I mean, that makes sense. It's BFA. But, like... I mean, that might have dropped during the gap in which I had quit BFA completely. Yeah, I'd never heard of a Crucible of Storms. I could see where it is. It's over in Storm Song. Well done. Lord Magmathar's fire is now trapped, restrained in the earth once more. You've acquitted yourself well in the battlefield, but I'm afraid Lord Magmathar has taken notice of you and the destruction you've wreaked on his minions. You'll have to deal with him or he is sure to burn you alive. See you around, Mr. Red. Wow. 731 polls. That is crazy. Oh. Anyways. The time has come. When you have steeled yourself, we will speak again, and I will summon you a whirling vortex to speed your way up to the skies. Channel the power of the earthen ring through the elements to slay Lord Magmathar, so we may bring him into balance once more. I'm suddenly rather glad that I've never done this stupid raid, apparently. Yeah, I noticed Cthulhu and Kel'Thuzad are not listed on here. They only go back to Warlords. Die, Lord Magmathar. Oh yeah, BC killed Jaden. That was a trip. Hello, Evo. Welcome to a zone. When we did this, we only did like a third of the zone because it was the only part of the zone worth doing. This might actually be our first net negative cata zone. That's a feat right there. And down it goes. Yeah, especially since this is part of the MSQ. But if you were paying attention, the MSQ was the good part, which we have already jotted down positives for. Go figure.
Hey, how you doing?
You did it! Spirits are right after all. Power of the fire subdued, 4 elements return to harmony. Rest of Ashenvale spared this fiery fate. You have the eternal thanks of the earthen ring.
Keep it real.
You're welcome. Yeah, I was just about to talk about the brickwork and the music. I mean, brickwork-wise, it's a vanilla zone, but there's also a lot of new stuff, like this lava field is new in Cata. And of course, this whole plague field is new. And they've changed a few other things here and there.
Time is money, friend.
Well, look at this. Little tweeter finally came through this time. This stuff blew up Astro now, you say? Well, as you can see, we don't need help taking over Silverwind, but
Tweedle always did things small. If this stuff is as good as you say, there's no limit to what we can do.
Be good.
Let's put this stuff to the test. Woohoo!
Yo,
Did you see that? Oh, need to get this in production right away. Take this to Jake's.
keep it real.
Okay. Tinker. We did, Evo.
Yo,
What you got there, boss?
keep it real.
It'll take a little time, but yeah, we can put this into a bomb.
Hurry back.
They're out there, Shaman. They're onto us. Some of my men have been turning up dead. Elf attacks, no question. My guess is your work at Astro has them desperate to stop our progress here. A last-ditch effort to escape defeat. I don't...
Glad I could help. Hurry back.
Once it's complete, we're going to need to get this bomb down to Sarbaz. And by we, I mean you. With so many of the enemy prowling about, I need to create something of a special if you're going to have any chance of success. I can modify one of these shredders. You just got to find some parts.
Keep it real.
Okay. Hey, Eva, while you're here, we were playing the minimum change game earlier. If you could do one change to make WoW better, what would you do? I can tell you one change to make WoW worse. Charge real money for every quest you turn in. Thanks for that, Jay Balmer. Okay. Proper scaling in old dungeons. That is a good pick. $33,515. Good God. Wow. You know, some people are high. Some people crazy. And then some people are whoever decided to do that. Jesus. Answer, Magister. Answer or be destroyed! By the fires of Silvermoon. Which has fires now. I don't know why. Just don't ask questions. What, you're a... Huh. We also both breathe air. Therefore... That's what I thought you were going to say. So hang on. I do like the proper scaling for dungeons. I suppose the easiest thing to do would be to go ahead and backport the follower thing. I hate to say that because that's just stealing someone else's idea. I've never come up with anything better, though.
I don't want to do one change to WoW. I want to do 50 changes to WoW. Give me control, Blizzard. And I will hire Huthor. Be like, alright, Huthor, I got a job for you. I want you to disagree with me about literally everything, and then go implement the opposite of what I implement on some other game. That way we can hit both demographics at the same time. I do like the quest marker idea. We're pretty close to that already, though. Like, if I pull this up right now, it actually shows me the specific chapters there, right? They're not properly tracked, but they're there, right? The game already keeps track of the MSQ. All it has to do is change the visibles of it. What I'm trying to say is that is a very small change. It is a good change, though. I do like it. Wait, no, not in the main. Oh, God damn it. Now I gotta develop the alt game. This is why I fail at the minimum change game. Oh, where are we at? Ah. Getting filler talents. I guess we'll get this. Immediately pull it off my bar. Alright. I'm not really joking, though. One of the things I would value is someone like Huthor who disagrees with me on everything. And just kind of be like, alright. Let's keep trying. Let's get organized about this, right? God, look at that texture. Oh, look at that texture. Let's get organized about this. Sit down, take notes. Every idea I suggest to implement that you disagree with, write that down and make another game that is, you know, the opposite of what I suggest. Or at least not, I mean, not the true literal opposite that's getting into technicals. You know what I mean, right? The other perspective is the point. For example, we get rid of the factions. Then, there's another game where the factions are now completely mandatory. And there's actually, like, only 2 of them. And you can never interact with each other peacefully, ever. Can't talk with each other, you know. Can't trade with each other. Stuff like that. Keep me honest. I didn't think I had a reputation for being a liar. Should it be like right here? No. Huh, okay. We need to keep that lore in check. I do like having my ideas challenged. I really do. The only irritation I ever tend to have is when we aren't communicating the disagreement. The disagreement I'm fine with. Like earlier today, I was starting to get frustrated with Riker's Beard because I couldn't understand his objection, right? Not that he had an objection, not that he disagreed with me, but I couldn't understand what his point was, and I'm just like, but what is the disagreement point? And then we finally hashed out. It's like, okay, cool, we're good. We figured it out.
Glad I could help.
Nice work, friend. Your skills have bought us time. Almost time to complete the bomb. The bomb?
Hurry back.
What kind of bomb are we building here?
Glad I could help.
Guys, what kind of bomb are we building? Also, I love the new Kata shredders, by the way. It's those things. And let me just try to get you a good shot of this. Look at that thing. Now that is a freaking shredder.
strength and honor.
Yeah, okay. Fine, whatever.
Dabu.
Okay, so we've updated the... We've built the bomb. We've conquered the area and then immediately moved on, as per Hellscream's usual orders.
Thrallhall, may your blade...
In fact, it's actually funny. I mentioned this during the Warcraft series. In lore, and the book follows through on this, Hellscream's forces moved into Ashenvale to conquer it, and then immediately moved that same force south to hit Stone Talon, rather than staying in Ashenvale and holding the territory. This is one of the reasons why the Alliance is right after this, because the very next thing the Alliance does is retakes Ashenvale. One moment. I mean, it's such a Hellscream thing, isn't it? It's so appropriate for Hellscream's overall tactical approach. Believe it or not, though, we're actually done with Ashenvale. Now, normally I'd cut off, but I want to look at my audit here really quick. Because I was not super kind to this zone. So let's see how that lines up, shall we? See if we agree with that. Where's Ashenvale? There it is. So we had the initial quests. Those were good. Yep. Music is good. I think we can all agree the music is pretty well designed in Ashenvale. Varying based on zone, usual beautiful elven music for most of the roaming, yes. Visual storytelling, I absolutely agree with that. There's a lot of visual storytelling going on here. I also agree with that, and I need to agree with that as well. Okay, so that's decently positive. Damn it, Uthor! I knew it! I knew it! No, I love Night Elven music, always have. And gameplay-wise, the initial quests were good. Plus the gameplay, absolutely. I think that's all the positives I've got. Now we have to get to the negatives. So we have the secondary chain at the Warsong camp, which was awful. Terrible side quests. Whoops. Let's forget that deletes that. And the entire chain of Hellscream's Watch, which was awful. Yeah, that sounds about right. It isn't net negative. So it's not as bad as, say, Dragonblight. But, yeah, that feels about right for Ashenvale. Good lord. God, catazones are fascinating to look at here. I'm just looking at the net, right? Gameplay and story net, okay? So you got Gilneas, which is a net plus 19, which I stand by. Gilneas was awesome. You've got the combination of Kazan and the Lost Isles, which is a net plus 32, which I also stand by. Then Durotar, which was pretty well overhauled, that's a 9. Ashara, which was pretty well overhauled, that's a 9. Ashenvale, which is a 1. North Barrens, which is a 2. Darkshore, which is a 3. I stand by that, though. Like, I'm staring at that, and I'm not disagreeing with myself. I wonder how Stone Talon's going to do. We're not doing Stone Talon next. We're going to do Ashenvale again next. Because we are forever going to be in Ashenvale. No, I love the Northern Kalimdor MSQ, by memory. It's one of the few MSQs in Kata. Yes, there will be a second shift. I know we haven't been doing that a lot lately. And by a lot, I mean once. Where is our druid? There she is. Zadrid. Humans? It's years from now. We're not hitting the Eastern Kingdoms for a while. The good news is there's only 3 zones we're doing twice. Ashenvale, Stone Talon, and South Barrens. I suppose I can give you a more defined answer. So the idea here is we're going to finish up the MSQ, the main chain here. I love killing Hogger. We're going to finish up the main chain here in the MSQ. No, Magister, that kind of hurt the pacing last time. So this time we're just going to show one side and then the other. We'll see how that feels that way. No, we're not including endgame zones. Sorry. When I say kata zones, I usually I'm referring to the new world, not the 4 endgame, or 5 endgame zones? Hang on. Oldham, Hyjal, Deepholm, Twilight Highlands, Vashir. It's 5, excuse me. So when I say kata, I mean all the revamped zones, not the 5 endgame zones. Anyways, so let's see. We're doing the MSQ, obviously. Then we're going to do like Desolus, Fairloss, Thousand Needles, Tannerus, and Goro. And that's going to be it for the Southern Arc. And then we're going to do Fellwood and Winterspring. And that's it for the Northern Arc. Then we're going to go ahead and do Tirisfal, Silverpine, Hillsbrad, West Plagues, East Plagues, Hinterlands, Arathi. And then we'll do Humans with Elwyn, Westfall, Red Ridge, Burning Steppes, Duskwood, Stranglethorn, Swamp of Sorrows, Blasted Lands. Then we'll do Gnome with Dunmarog, Loch Madon, Wetlands, Badlands, and then Searing Gorge. And then finally on whoever, at that point it doesn't matter anymore, we'll do Vashir, Oldham, Deepholm, Twilight Highlands, Mount Hyjal, and then the end game. But for now I'm going to chop off and get some lunch. See you guys in a bit.